Pod 4 is truly incredible right out of the box. Installation is pretty simple. This goes over your bed.
A wise once said,
"Before we begin, let me offer you a quiet truth. You are already speaking to God. You have been speaking to Him since the moment you learned to think, to desire, to fear, to dream. And the great tragedy is not that men fail to pray, but that they do not realize they are always praying. You see, God does not wait to hear from you on bended knee or behind stained glass. He hears you in silence. He hears you in motion. He hears you in the thoughts you repeat, in the feelings you cultivate, in the mental images you dwell upon in the quiet hours of the night. For you are always sending out a message, whether by faith or by fear, whether by hope or by complaint. And the message is always answered, but not always in words. God speaks a different language. He does not communicate through sentences. He does not argue, beg, or command. He responds to mental states, to definiteness, to desire, to conviction. He speaks through ideas, through flashes of insight, through circumstances that shift, through people who cross your path when you least expect it. And so I must say something bold. If you are unhappy, unclear, or lost, it is not because you have not prayed. It is because you have not understood how you are praying. You have not realized that every repetition of fear, every echo of self-doubt, every mental rehearsal of defeat is a silent request, a communication with the infinite saying, "This is what I expect. This is what I believe. This is what I have chosen to dwell upon." And God, being faithful, does not question your command. He does not deliver what you say you want. He delivers what you expect with feeling. An expectation is not built through moments of faith, but through habitual mental atmosphere, the vibration of your dominant thoughts. Your mind is a broadcast station. Your thoughts are frequencies. And every emotion, every word you internalize sends out a signal. That signal becomes a request. And that request But the question is,
Yo, Mr.
what are
French.
you saying? You may believe you are asking for strength, but what you focus on is weakness. You may desire love, but your mind
Yeah,
plays
we're
only
right
the
underneath
scenes of
Boston.
rejection. You may want wealth, yet speak endlessly about lack. You think you are praying for success, but your daily imagination is filled with visions of failure. This is the unspoken dialogue between man and God, not words, but energy, not noise, but belief. And here is the miracle and the warning. Infinite intelligence does not respond to appearances. It responds to essence. It does not give you what is fair. It gives you what you dwell upon. Now, I do not say this to burden you, but to empower you. For once you understand that your thoughts are not private, not to the universe, not to the divine, then you begin to take them seriously. You begin to refine them, discipline them. You begin to speak with purpose, not just out loud, but
if you've got pink salt and apple cider vinegar in your kitchen
Going
and you're not
to
using this recipe, you're throwing away your
Bangor
chance to
ME.
be summer ready. I started using
begin to speak with purpose, not just out loud, but internally. The man who says, I want to hear from God, must first learn to listen to himself, for his thoughts are the request. His feelings are the tone, and his habits are the proof of what he truly believes. And so, I say to you now, you are not waiting for a message from above. The message has already been sent. It is your responsibility to become quiet enough, deliberate enough, conscious enough to hear it. Before we speak of how to pray without words, we must recognize that we already are. The work begins in this awareness. The work begins in you. If you are to learn how to speak to God without words, you must first understand who, or rather what, you are speaking to. Throughout history, man has given God many names. Some call him the Creator, others the Source, the Almighty, the Divine, the Great Spirit. But I chose a term that reflected not only power, but order, reason, and response. I called it infinite intelligence, and I chose that name for a reason, because I did not come to know God through ritual or religion, but through observation, experience, and study. I studied the most successful men of my time: Carnegie, Edison, Ford, Rockefeller, men who built empires, shaped nations, bent industry to their will. And I asked myself, what is the unseen force that connects these men? They differed in temperament, in belief, in background. But there was one thing they all understood, that ideas come from somewhere. That vision is received, not invented. That when a man tunes his mind properly, he becomes the channel through which something greater flows. That something greater is infinite intelligence. It is not a man in the sky. It is not a judge on a throne. It is the source of all thought, the creative force behind all invention, all genius, all beauty. It is the field in which all things are born, the original thinker, the origin of all power, the silent partner that never speaks aloud, but never misses a signal either. Infinite intelligence is the unseen mind of the universe, responsive, creative, generous. But it does not move at random. It responds to definiteness. It responds to clarity. It responds to faith. And here is where most men fail. They pray in desperation. They ask from a place of weakness. They beg, plead, and hope. But infinite intelligence is not moved by noise. It is moved by alignment. It does not respond to chaos, but to order. Not to doubt, to search, but to belief. You do not connect with infinite intelligence through noise. You connect through vibration, through sustained mental focus, through the repetition of high-frequency thought, thoughts of love, of vision, of confidence, of absolute faith in your direction. And you do not need to raise your voice to be heard. You must only raise your awareness. Understand this. Infinite intelligence is always listening. It is always responding. But most men never realize they are being answered. Not because the signal is absent, but because they are too distracted to receive it. This intelligence does not communicate in words. It communicates through signs, patterns, events, dreams, insights, and sudden clarity. It speaks in ideas that interrupt your thoughts. It whispers solutions in moments of stillness. It reveals paths through what most call coincidence. But what I know is design. You have felt it. That moment when a thought comes to you fully formed. When a solution arrives after long frustration. When an idea strikes like lightning and you wonder where it came from. That was not chance. That was infinite intelligence responding to your focus, your desire, your spiritual request. But the message is never forced. It is never loud. It must be invited. It must be earned through mental discipline, emotional clarity, and unwavering belief. And once you begin to recognize the fingerprints of infinite intelligence on your life, you will never again doubt its presence. So I say this to you now, not as theory, but as testimony. There is a power. It is real. It is personal. It is creative. And it is listening. But it will not respond to confusion. It will not move for those who merely wish. It reveals itself only to the man whose thoughts have become definite, whose desires have become sacred, and whose mind has become still enough to hear.
What dark spot facts do we need to know?
So many people think sunspots are from the sun. In fact, they have nothing to do with the sun. And I'm going to tell you the simple way to...
Enough to hear. That is what I call God. That is what I call infinite intelligence. If the infinite intelligence is the source of all power, then your subconscious mind is the instrument through which that power flows. You do not speak to God with your lips. You speak through your emotionalized thoughts, your persistent beliefs, and the silent language of the subconscious mind. That is the channel. That is the transmitter. And that is where the real work begins. Now understand this clearly. Your subconscious mind does not think. It responds. It does not judge. It does not debate. It accepts. It takes whatever you feed it, wraps it in emotion, and passes it directly into the realm of infinite intelligence. It is not your reasoning faculty. It is your spiritual delivery system. Every thought you repeat, especially when laced with strong emotion, be it faith or fear, is imprinted upon your subconscious. And the subconscious, obedient and faithful, accepts that imprint as fact. It then begins to operate your body, your habits, your perception, and, yes, even your environment in alignment with what you have just declared to be true. That is how men create heaven or hell for themselves, not by what happens to them, but by what they believe, deeply, emotionally, subconsciously, is their place in the world. I've spoken with hundreds of men, businessmen, inventors, laborers, dreamers, and the one who rises is never the one who simply knows what to do. It is the one who has trained his subconscious mind to act as an ally instead of an enemy. Because when the subconscious mind is not trained, it becomes a dangerous wanderer. It accepts whatever fear the newspapers feed it. It absorbs the doubts of friends. It begins to form beliefs out of failures. And those beliefs, repeated long enough, become commands. You must treat your subconscious with the same care as a king would treat his chief messenger. For what you whisper into its ear, it delivers to infinite intelligence. And infinite intelligence replies accordingly. Let me give you an example. A man says, "I am tired of being poor. I want to be rich." He says it once. He says it loudly. But then, the very next hour, he complains about the economy. He dwells on what he lacks. He tells his friends that rich people are greedy. He speaks with envy.
What'd you come up with,
He
Mr.
walks
French?
with doubt. So tell me, what message has he sent? What has his subconscious mind recorded? Not the loud wish he spoke once, but the quiet, repeated signals of lack, resentment, and self-sabotage. And that is what infinite intelligence will respond to. Not his words, but his dominant vibration. You must understand, the subconscious mind cannot lie, but it can be lied into submission. It is not concerned with the truth of your hopes. It is concerned only with the volume of your belief. And belief is not built with logic. It is built with repetition, emotion, and consistency. This is why I urge you to guard your thoughts, not once, but constantly. To speak to yourself not as you are, but as you intend to become. To visualize daily, not your past, but your preferred future. To feed the subconscious mind, not the crumbs of doubt, but the feast of purpose. And when you do this, when your inner dialogue becomes strong, pure, and unwavering, the subconscious mind begins to shift. It becomes an instrument of power. It begins to filter out what does not align. It begins to alert you to opportunities, to attract the right people, to move your body into action before fear can interfere. It does not move immediately, but it does move. And once it has shifted, the course of your life begins to tilt. Sometimes subtly, sometimes all at once, but always in the direction of what you have impressed upon it. This is how we speak to God. Not through panic, but through persistent mental direction. Not through emergency, but through rhythm. Not by accident, but by design. Your subconscious mind is always working. The only question is, whose vision is it serving? Yours or someone else's? Fear or faith? Drift or purpose? The moment you answer that question, you reclaim the most powerful spiritual tool you possess. So I ask you now, what are you feeding your mind? What are you repeating without thought? What belief are you rehearsing beneath the surface? Because that belief is being heard. It is being delivered, and it will be returned. There are many words that men toss around lightly, words they believe they understand. But few words are more misunderstood than faith. Most think of faith as something they turn to in trouble, as a last resort, as a vague hope that somehow, something, somewhere will intervene on their behalf. But I say to you now, faith is not a hope. Faith is a spiritual law.
One emerging industry, one investing strategy that's largely automated, and it
Now, faith is not a hope. Faith is a spiritual law. It is the only medium through which man may consciously connect his thoughts with infinite intelligence. It is the wireless signal, the transmitter. And without it, no prayer, no desire, no vision, no matter how sincere, will reach the realm from which true power flows. Faith is not built on words. It is built on feeling, deep inner conviction that what you desire is already yours in the mind, even if not yet in the hand. Faith is belief made so vivid, so emotional, so habitual, that the subconscious mind accepts it without hesitation. And once it is accepted there, it becomes law. Now understand this clearly. Infinite intelligence does not respond to what you merely say. It responds to what you believe. And belief is not measured by your public affirmations, nor by how loudly you declare your dreams. It's measured by your daily emotional vibration. It's felt in how you respond to obstacles, in how you persist, in how you act even when the evidence is not yet visible. A man who has faith walks differently. He carries himself with a sense of direction, even when the path is not fully seen. He speaks less about what is missing and more about what is moving. He wakes with energy. He endures difficulty without collapsing. And above all, he takes action. Not because he is certain of the outcome, but because he is certain of the intelligence behind the outcome. Let me give you an image. Picture a seed. That seed contains everything it needs to become a tree, but only if it is placed in the right soil, watered, given light, and nurtured with consistency and care. Faith is the soil in which thought grows. It is the environment that allows invisible desire to take form in the physical world. Without faith, your thought dies in the dirt. I have seen men of brilliant plans and powerful ideas fail, not for lack of intelligence, but for lack of belief. They spoke the right words, they set the right goals, but in their hearts, they did not believe it was truly possible. And the subconscious mind, sensing the doubt, did not respond. It did not transmit their desire with power. It did not act upon infinite intelligence. It remained dormant, silent, unmoved. Contrast this with a man of moderate talent, but unshakable faith. He does not speak in terms of if, but when. He does not ask for signs. He moves as if the signs have already been given. And because he believes, before the evidence arrives, the evidence begins to appear. Doors open, shift, people show up, ideas flood in, and the world, as if obeying an unseen instruction, begins to bend in his favor. That is the power of faith. And it is not reserved for the few. It is available to any man willing to build it. But how is it built? It is built through repetition, through the practice of seeing what is not yet there, through the discipline of controlling one's inner dialogue. It is built by flooding the subconscious mind with images, affirmations, emotions, and actions that affirm the desired outcome as already real. This is why autosuggestion is so critical. It is not a game of the words. It is a process of belief building. When you speak a truth over and over again, truth not in the sense of what is visible, but of what is spiritually desired, you begin to feel it. You begin to internalize it. You begin to accept it emotionally. And once that happens, the subconscious accepts it as fact. And once the subconscious accepts it, so does God. Because infinite intelligence responds only to that which is delivered with spiritual conviction. It will not waste its force on the casual. It will not move for the uncertain. But when a man steps forward with belief as his backbone, the universe responds in kind. So I say this to you now, not as encouragement, but as instruction. Do not wait for evidence before you believe. Do not wait for permission before you move. Do not wait for signs before you commit. Faith precedes the result. Faith builds the path. Faith commands the reply. Faith is the language of God. It does not beg. It declares. It does not doubt. It expects. It does not follow. It leads. And the man who learns to speak in that language, not once, not loudly, but repeatedly, internally, emotionally, and quietly, is the man who will find that every true prayer is eventually answered. Once you understand that the subconscious mind is your messenger and that faith is the signal that empowers it, you must now learn how to program that messenger. And there is one method, proven, reliable, universal, by which man may speak deliberately.
This is an important message for any woman over 50 who suffers from arthritis. New research has found that women may experience more arthritis pain and stiffness when their female hormones are out of balance. And scientists have found that certain foods can help significantly with bringing our female hormones into balance and controlling our arthritis pain. In this presentation, I'm going to show you the food that these 5 experts recommend you eat daily if you're a woman with arthritis. Not only does this food help balance your female hormones, it also can help reduce your pain, swelling, and stiffness from arthritis. I'll reveal exactly what this arthritis superfood is in just 60 seconds. Before I reveal the female arthritis superfood, I'll explain
which man may speak deliberately to his own mind, and by extension, to infinite intelligence. That method is called autosuggestion. Now, do not let the simplicity of the term deceive you. Autosuggestion is not positive thinking. It is not daydreaming. It is not wishful talk, whispered into the wind. It is a discipline, a ritual, a sacred conversation between the conscious and the subconscious mind. You're already using autosuggestion every day, but most men use it against themselves. When you say, "I can't do this," "I always mess this up," "I never have enough," "People like me don't succeed," what do you think you're doing? You're praying, not with hope, not with light, but with darkness. You're repeating emotionally the beliefs that limit your future, and the subconscious, loyal as a soldier, records these instructions and executes them to the letter. And so I say again, you are always using autosuggestion. The only question is, are you using it consciously? Are you using it to uplift or to sabotage? The man of purpose does not leave this power to chance. He does not wake up and hope for good thoughts. He commands his thoughts. He writes his desires with clarity. He repeats them with feeling. He sees them in his mind's eye every day. And in doing so, he speaks to God without words, by programming his subconscious with spiritual intention. Let me be precise. If you desire wealth, do not merely wish for it. Write a clear statement of what you desire, when you intend to have it, and what you are willing to give in return. Repeat this statement morning and night, but not as a chant, not as a hollow phrase. Repeat it as if your life depends on it, as if God himself were listening to the tone of your conviction, because he is. Your subconscious must be made to believe. And belief does not come from casual repetition. It comes from charged repetition, from saying it with the body, the voice, the breath, the imagination, and above all, with emotion. Emotion is the key. Without emotion, your words are dead. They do not reach the subconscious. They bounce off like rain on stone. But when you feel the truth of your words, when you picture the outcome vividly, when your body and mind align in harmony, the message is delivered. An infinite intelligence takes notice. I've seen it too many times to doubt it. The man who sets a definite goal, speaks it daily, it vividly and persists in faith, receives hunches, opportunities, and guidance that the common man calls coincidence. But he knows better. He knows it is the answer to his instruction, the reply to his signal, the spiritual echo of what he sent out in faith. But be warned, autosuggestion works both ways. If you allow fear to dominate your inner dialogue, if you dwell on what you lack, on who wronged you, on how far you have to go, then you are still practicing autosuggestion, but you are using it to build walls instead of windows. You are closing doors instead of opening them. So I say this with urgency. Make your inner dialogue sacred. Make it precise. Make it unshakable. Feed your subconscious only that which serves your purpose. Refuse to repeat any thought that makes you smaller. Do not insult your Creator by declaring yourself unworthy. Do not offend infinite intelligence.
People think yoga is the answer. Stretch more, hold those poses, breathe deeper. Sure, these can help, but it's far from the best way to... wrong about mobility. It's not about stretching, it's not...
Your thoughts begin to move the unseen forces. This is not philosophy.
Yep, DD15.
This is not poetry. This is law. Let us now address a force that moves mountains, breaks empires, builds fortunes, and ruins them just as quickly. A force that operates silently, invisibly, but powerfully, inside every man and woman. That force
That's
is
right,
emotion.
Mr. French, that's what you want.
Most people
not
think of
hopefully.
emotion as something to manage, to hide, to control. But I say to you now, emotion, when properly directed, is not a weakness. It is not a disturbance. It is your signal. It is the fire that powers your thought. It is the electricity that carries your words from the conscious mind, through the subconscious, and into the attention of infinite intelligence. Without emotion, your thoughts are dull. Without emotion, your prayers are faint. Without emotion, even your strongest desire becomes no more than a mental suggestion, easily forgotten, quickly discarded, and never acted upon. But easily forgotten, quickly discarded, and never acted upon. But when your thoughts are charged with emotion, true emotion, they burn. They sear themselves into the subconscious.
Hey, Matt, they saying they got another load that's going with this. I have no idea. I gave them the number. They have the product ready. They said, "Though there's another one that's going to be ready at 2 o'clock." I'm like, that has nothing to do with me. Like, what's up? Same place. trying to send me off with something that ain't even ready yet. What's going on here?
And the subconscious, ignited by that feeling, passes the signal with clarity and strength to the infinite. That is the beginning of spiritual transaction. Now understand this clearly. Emotion does not guarantee results. Only aligned emotion does. You must not only feel, but feel the right things. Faith, love, conviction, enthusiasm, gratitude. These are high-frequency emotions. They elevate the vibration of your thought. They make your signal powerful and clean. They pierce through resistance and confusion. But if your thoughts are wrapped in fear, in worry, in resentment, then that signal becomes distorted. It may still be strong, but it is misaligned. An infinite intelligence, being perfectly responsive, returns not what you desire, but what you truly believe and what you feel most often. Let me be clear. You cannot lie to your own emotional vibration. You can say all the right words. You can write all the goals. But if your body is tense, your breath shallow, your inner world filled with fear, you are still transmitting. And what you are transmitting is not what you want. It is what you fear. That is why the work of faith is not done in words, but in energy, in the daily calibration of your emotional state. A man must take responsibility for his own.
If you've got pink salt and apple cider vinegar in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe, you're throwing away your chance to be summer ready.
For his own emotional frequency, he must monitor the tone of his mind as carefully as a musician tunes his instrument. He must step away from environments that drain him, reject conversations that poison him, and spend more time in thought than in noise. This is not comfort. It is discipline. Because here is the truth. You're always sending a signal. The universe is never deaf. The only question is whether your signal is worthy of reply. This is why desire alone is not enough. Every man desires something. Every woman has wishes. But most are never fulfilled because the desire is flat. It is an intellectual preference, not a spiritual force. It lacks fire. It lacks weight. It lacks the emotional voltage necessary to become magnetic. But the man who wakes with purpose in his chest, who repeats his vision with feeling, who can close his eyes and feel the result before it appears, that man is dangerous to failure. Because he has learned to use emotion not as a reaction, but as a weapon of creation. So, I ask you now, what emotions are you rehearsing daily? Are they making your thoughts clearer or more chaotic? Are they raising your signal or drowning it? Do not numb yourself. Do not suppress your fire. Train it, direct it. Charge your thoughts with emotion that uplifts and aligns. Let your goals move you. Let your vision stir you. Let your prayer ignite you. Because when emotion becomes your tool, not your master, you have unlocked the true key to spiritual communication. You are no longer whispering in the dark. You are thundering in silence, and infinite intelligence hears it all. If you were to ask me, what is the greatest reason why most men never reach the power that is within them, I would not say lack of education. I would not say poverty. I would not even say fear. No, I would say drifting. Drifting is the most dangerous state a man can enter. It is the condition of a mind no longer under conscious control, a mind that reacts instead of responds, a mind that moves, yes, but with no destination, no design, no determination. And in this state, you cannot reach God, not because God has turned away from you, but because you have lost the ability to send a clear signal. The channel is fogged, the line is blurred, your thoughts are scattered like leaves in a storm, and infinite. Intelligence, though ever listening, cannot act on what is not directed. What is drifting? It is the mind that checks the clock but not the vision, that consumes ideas but never creates them, that feels an urge to grow but always waits for a better time, that floats between desire and doubt, between belief and boredom, between prayer and procrastination. The drifter prays without focus. He thinks without intensity. He asks for guidance, but never clears his mind long enough to receive it. And worst of all, he repeats the same confused, anxious, contradictory thoughts day after day, unaware that every one of them is a silent instruction sent straight into the subconscious. He says he wants peace, yet constantly invites noise. He says he wants success, but speaks daily of struggle. He says he wants answers from God, yet fills his inner world with random, aimless, useless chatter. And then he wonders why the reply never comes. It is not because God is not there. It is because the drifter is not tuned to listen. I have spoken with thousands of people across my life, many of them good, capable, intelligent souls, but the ones who rose, who truly connected with power, were those who had taken back control of their minds. They did not allow random thoughts to shape their reality. They did not entertain mental clutter. They did not hand their attention to gossip, to criticism, to every passing distraction. They chose. They thought on purpose. They directed the flow of their energy. Because here's the truth. Thought is spiritual currency. And if you spend it carelessly, you will always be bankrupt when you need it most. A drifter prays in confusion and hears nothing. A focused man prays in silence and receives guidance that moves mountains. Why? Because the signal is pure. The subconscious mind does not act on occasional clarity. It acts on habitual, repeated, emotionally charged thought. And drifting, mental aimlessness, destroys that pattern. It confuses the messenger. It weakens the vibration. It turns your prayer into static. And make no mistake, drifting is not passive. It is not harmful.
Have a new clunk or squeak? Refresh your brakes, steering, and suspension at MCP Europe with over 300,000 parts available and ready to ship from our warehouse to your garage.
Coming up, we completely mechanically restore a beautiful automobile, and it's extremely satisfying. Oh, and a dog eats a chicken snack. I'm so excited, so let's start.
Nina! Morning! I'm outside tonight, guys. Freshly waxed binge. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Keep your man indoors.
When they're ready, they're ready.
they're ready, they're ready.
You should be looking for the one that's really tight because that has the most life left in it.
Know that if you mix borax and honey and put it out where you have an ant infestation, all of the ants will go.
My man Jason pulls up to the cookout in these shorts, it's over. Oh, I'll try.
This fool's got a hit on his hands. He might be onto something here. Let's go. Follow your dreams.
Fucking kidding me? I saw your phone. I saw your messages with that girl.
Yeah, she's bad.
Are you? What?
Bro, you're bi. You would fuck her too.
Get out of my fucking car right now. I am so angry.
Hey, I'm gonna just go hit her up. So, what are you accomplishing?
Guys, when I was younger, I test drove a car and left my phone in the car. Bro, if fucking shit hit the fan, watch your ass if you're gonna be fucking around. Savages at work.
Hold up, baby. Hold up. A real man don't sit here and watch his woman pay for nothing. Go ahead.
Yo. Alright guys, that brings us to today's sponsor. Although I've never recommended marriage from all ages who's helped hundreds of thousands of men date the women that they desire, courses are absolutely true. Especially Act 2, and then definitely some great information here. Plus, if you decide to get
Starting on Monday, employees can trade 3 PTO hours for 1 bitch slap that can be used on anyone within the company.
Oh, say nice.
I don't know who needs to hear it, but check it out. Tell me if I'm lying. There's nothing more sexy than a woman touching her lips together and shutting the fuck up. I'm going
You don't know that I just caught a 3-foot gator and ain't even break a nail, okay? With a monkey on my, where's she at? With a monkey on my shoulder.
No baby yelling, I'm sit that bitch. Freak hole, let him hit the leg with no tip. Everybody know Miss Trigger don't miss, and he knows that whatever I'm on is on hit. These weak bitches know I've been a problem. He know this tap in when it's about them commas. This bitch like 40 on problem solved. Any hoe in my way, I locked and dropped. Bitch, I been her. Lost it all, got it back, and I'm still her. When you talk about break, bitch, I been her. When it
Safe to say she's a wild one.
You guys know in Vietnam there's a very common business name called bitch nigga. Bitch in Vietnamese means precious, and nigga means elegant and beautiful. So if someone in Vietnam is beautiful and elegant and precious, they're called bitch nigga. Tag someone that you know that's a bitch nigga down below if you didn't know now.
Hold
Bitch
up.
in Vietnamese means precious.
Safe to say, she's a wild one.
That is funny. Stupid. Hold the fuck up. Hold up.
You guys know in Vietnam there's a very common business name called bitch nigga. Bitch in Vietnamese means precious, and nigga means elegant and beautiful. So if someone in Vietnam is beautiful and elegant and precious, they're called bitch nigga. Tag someone that you know that's a bitch nigga down below. If you didn't know, now you know.
The thing about a good man that a lot of women do not understand is that he will essentially self-destruct in order to maintain the promises made within a relationship. He will not simply leave because he's unhappy. Because when a good man is truly unhappy within a relationship, what happens is he blames himself and he tries to fix it. He will do everything and anything to fix it. But the truth is that it's not always his fault alone, so he can't fix it alone. But that is the mistake he makes in trying again and again to fix it alone. Because he's holding himself, and let's be honest, our culture holds him accountable for every action and result. For men, there are no innocent mistakes, no whoopsies, no easy do-overs.
Guys, 2025, don't be afraid to do what's best for you. Do it for you. Screw everybody.
Hey neighbor, my wife just kicked me out. I was wondering if I can come inside.
Oh yeah, she actually just texted me. She said, screw you and don't let him spend the night. So you can come inside, but you can never do this.
And I did it for me, bro. I don't need no one's respect. Like I said, bro, I've been in the darkness. No one fucking called me. Not my mom, not my dad, nobody. I've been in the darkness, so I had something to prove to myself. No offense, but fuck everybody. They all went against me. Fuck everybody, bro. Like, that's the attitude. That was the attitude.
Damn, humans are insane. No other species compares. Swear to God we're influenced by aliens. Tell me I'm wrong.
It's working, love. Here.
Hey Dad, can I go to a party tonight?
You get a drink?
No.
You get your drugs?
No.
You can have sex?
No!
Where the fuck do you want to go?
Alright, y'all, let's see what I got for you today. Check this stuff out, guys.
Wow.
third executive order, which actually speaks to the heart of your question earlier about the Uber drivers, will be a order directing the Department of Transportation to include English literacy tests for our truckers. This is a big problem in the trucking community that, unless you're in that community, you might not know, but there's a lot of communication problems between truckers on the road, with federal officials and local officials as well, which obviously is a public safety risk. So we're going to ensure that our truckers, who are the backbone of our economy, are all able to speak English. That's a very common sense policy in the United States of America. So the president will be signing that later this afternoon.
Well, earlier today I made a video this morning. I was kind of holding back because it was Breitbart's website, and you know, Breitbart, it's Breitbart. And then all day today, we saw things that was coming out on other media outlets, including what you just saw. Well, as of now, April 28, 2025, an executive order, okay, from the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, okay, by the authority vested in me as President, by the...
We all have that friend with amazing skin. Don't just envy her. Get glowing skin of your own with a professional facial. Customized.
Larry Wheels, a very humble man who is going to do a show in 5 weeks. He looks honestly even better than I expected. So very bubbly, very full, very much more improved from what I remember seeing you, of course, on the internet, but in real life it's way more extraordinary. So
Alright, what's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick Strength and Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys today. The first story that I've got for you guys today, the latest physique update and posing video from none other than Larry Wheels posing with Wesley Vissers. Wesley's giving him some pointers here. And there has been a lot of speculation lately that Larry might be prepping for a bodybuilding show because of the shape that he's been in and the physique updates that he's been posting. And Wesley actually let it slip in this video that Larry Wheels will be competing in 5 weeks. So assuming they filmed this video this past weekend, 5 weeks would put Larry the weekend of May 31st. And that weekend there is a bunch of NPC shows, but the primary show that I think Larry would most likely be doing is the NPC Junior USAs, is that same weekend, as well as a bunch of other shows. And from my understanding, because Larry did the Olympia Amateur in 2023, where he
Can't
placed
stop nobody's
second,
grind.
I believe that should mean he's still qualified nationally to be able to do a pro qualifying show like the Junior USA. So at the Junior USAs, you can earn a pro card. So it's a show that you have to be nationally qualified to compete at. And again, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that 2023 Olympia Amateur placing that Larry got should mean he's still qualified to do a national level show. So my guess would be that's the show that he's doing. And I think that, you know, a lot of people have said this, and I kind of agree with this, that Sam Sulek earning his pro card at the Arnold Amateur may have inspired Larry, because as far as influencers doing it at the highest level, Sam did it relatively quickly in terms of earning his pro card. Maybe Larry is left thinking, you know, I can do that too, and I think he probably can. I think the big question is, will Larry be competing in classic physique, or will he be competing in bodybuilding? Because he's competed in both, but I believe the last show that he did was in classic physique. And Larry is a pretty tall guy, so his weight cap is going to be higher than most, and it's going to be higher than Sam's. Now, I believe at Larry's last show, he was in the up to and including 6 foot 2 inches height category, which would allow him to weigh up to and including 232 pounds, so almost 20 pounds more than Sam Sulek was able to. And still is a pretty drastic cut for Larry Wheels. He walks around, you know, I would say closer to 300 pounds than he is to 230. So I don't think Larry has fully confirmed which division he's doing. I would think that the fact that his last show was classic physique, and that he's posing with a classic physique pro, Wesley Vissers, would point to him doing classic physique again this time around. And he isn't wearing actual classic physique posing trunks. He's just wearing briefs that are about the same size as classic physique posing trunks. So he's not in bodybuilding trunks, and I think that might be another sign that points towards him doing classic physique. But as far as wondering which show he's doing, my best guess, if it was 5 weeks out this past weekend, of all the shows that are upcoming on that weekend of May 31st, I would think the Junior USA's would probably be the safest bet as the show that Larry is doing. And we did successfully predict that Sam Sulek was doing the Arnold Classic Amateur weeks before he announced it. So this would be my prediction for Larry Wheels. And then if that turns out to be true, that he's doing a pro qualifying show, it just adds to the excitement of the month of May, because obviously Sam Sulek earning his pro card in March at the Arnold Classic was one of the biggest stories of that entire week, even alongside the actual results of the pro competition. So you've got all these crazy shows in May, Pittsburgh, New York, Cali, Legion, as far as pro shows go. But you might also have a massive amateur story in May if somehow Larry Wheels is able to earn his pro card at a show like the Junior USA's, what I believe is the show he's doing, and I believe that is his goal, is to get an IFBB pro status. And I would say just on numbers alone, that the classic physique division is slightly easier to earn a pro card, maybe even a bigger margin than just slightly, but easier in general than open bodybuilding or bodybuilding in general. I think there are more opportunities and more pro cards given out overall in classic physique than there are in bodybuilding overall to the amateurs. So if his goal is to get a pro card, classic physique is probably the safer bet. And like you saw with Sam Sulek, even though I do think he deserved that pro card, I think he was hands down the overall winner at that show, it was a relatively quick journey. I don't know if I would use the word easy, but it was probably easier than an open bodybuilder in 2 weeks' time earning a pro card. I don't even know if we've ever seen that in open bodybuilding. In 2 weeks from an amateur to a pro, I don't know that we've even seen that. So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Which show do you think Larry is doing? Which division do you think Larry will be competing in? And if he does do a pro qualifying, what are the odds, in your opinion, of Larry actually turning pro? Now, next up in the news, we got a brand new physique update from Keon Pearson. Looking incredible in his offseason. He has in the caption, repeat loading. And again, seeing an off-season version of Keon, I think puts that idea in a lot of people's minds of Keon as an open bodybuilder, because obviously here he's weighing significantly more than that 212 weight cutoff, and you get to see his physique a little bit more filled out. Fuller might be a better word. But especially now that we're 2 weeks out from the Pittsburgh Pro, and again, pure speculation that there might be some type of guest posing that maybe incorporates open bodybuilders, maybe doesn't. But Keon will be at that Pittsburgh Pro. He's confirmed as a special guest. And Keon looking like this, I can't imagine that Keon would be shy about getting on stage for a guest posing, or getting on stage even if there's not an official guest posing. Keon looks amazing. And again, in addition to Keon, you've got a whole gang of classic physique superstars that will be there in the capacity of a special appearance. I still think there's potential for some kind of guest posing of all the guys that are going to be there. And judging by the shape that Keon is in, like I said, I can't imagine he would be shy about getting on stage and looking like this. You know, putting him next to any classic physique guy, put him next to really any open bodybuilder. This is a world-class, impressive physique, even for the off-season. There's definitely not very many open bodybuilders that have a waistline like that, or could pull a vacuum like that, just in the middle of their off-season. It's a crazy impressive physique that Keon is showcasing here. And I hope that there's some kind of opportunity for non-competitors, because like I said, the roster is so crazy as far as Pittsburgh Pro special guests. I hope there is some kind of opportunity for them to do some posing, some type of guest posing. And again, the reason that I keep saying that is because that's what historically the Pittsburgh Pro has been known for. The best of the best guest posing here. He's done now they have over bodybuilding. I can't see them entirely getting rid of that guest posing concept because it worked so well for them for so long. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Now, next up in the news, let's talk about some Pittsburgh Pro updates. We are now officially less than 2 weeks away from the 2025 Pittsburgh Pro star-studded lineup, starting with Joe Vito because he doesn't post updates as frequently. What we know about Joe Vito so far is he's clear as Indian States. He's training with Derek, he's training with Ramon, he's training with Joe Mutual, training with Lucio, he's showing off his quads. He's probably going to have some races in quads in this entire lineup. One thing that I've noticed that was interesting this weekend, looking at some different bodybuilding posts and stuff on Instagram, is you guys know the Brazilian fan base is massive. They are a ravenous fan base. In a sense, Good Vito living in Brazil, married to a Brazilian, has a child now with a Brazilian, training in Brazil with other Brazilian bodybuilders. He is kind of, even though he wasn't born there, he is kind of by proxy a Brazilian bodybuilder, or in that category that kind of suits that Brazilian fan base. And what I was noticing was on not only pictures of Good Vito, but on pictures of other competitors that we know are competing in the Pittsburgh show, such as Martin or Nick, I'm starting to notice a lot of comments in those comment sections that are for Good Vito, saying Good Vito's the winner. Obviously a lot of comments in Portuguese. I see a lot of Good Vito top 1 comments. So I'm starting to notice there's a lot of people, probably the Brazilian fan base, based on what I've seen. But there is a lot of people that seem to think Good Vito is going to win the Pittsburgh Pro. And I was kind of curious. I wanted to pose the question to you guys, knowing that my audience is majority English speaking and probably completely different than the audience that thinks he's going to win. Do you guys have Good Vito in your top 3? I think most people probably have, and this is just me assuming, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments below if this is not your top 3. But I think most people probably have in their top 3 Derek, Nick, and Martin. So I'm curious in the comments below who watching this video has Good Vito in their top 3, or potentially even has Good Vito winning the show.
Research has been a proud sponsor of Good Times since 1950. Our best memories are woven with great flavors, good company, and shared moments. Because time sure flies when you're having fun. Reese's, we're made for good times. Oh, I lost it. My hands already hurt. I'm Sue Bird. I'm a retired professional basketball player, and Symetra is trying to help me find a hobby in retirement. So today, I'm gonna be doing this. Oh wow. I'm Jessie. Nice to meet you. And I'm Jenny. So mom and daughter, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, how did that come about?
She started doing this.
Okay, it's your fault? Yeah, that looked intense.
Has Good Vito in their top 3, or potentially even has Good Vito winning the show. It's not, I don't think it's entirely out of the realm of possibility, but I do think with a Mr. Olympia in the lineup, actually multiple top 6 Olympians in this lineup, it seems to me like it would be very unlikely for Good Vito to win, but anything can happen in bodybuilding. Now, next up in the news, we did get some updates from Nick Walker at 2 weeks out, posing in the goon light. We see some updates from Nick, oftentimes not the most flattering lighting, but over the past couple of weeks, it seems like once a week, he's been taking pictures in this really, really good, I think, posing room lighting. It's either posing room or somewhere in a gym. But with the lighting just being that flattering and that good, I think it probably has to be a posing room, not just some random spot in the gym. But now that Nick is kind of approaching the final phase of his prep, the final 2 weeks, and you're starting to see a lot of that detail even in the pictures in his parents' basement, and even in those, I don't think the lighting is the most flattering, but when you see his physique now getting close to the show, it's more detailed, he's leaner, he's drier, you see it under really good lighting, then you start to see kind of that freaky Nick Walker that we remember from years past. And this is one of the reasons why I have Nick in my top 3, looking at these recent updates. Actually, I have Nick in my top 2. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Now, two other guys that are doing the Pittsburgh show that have been, I think, a little bit discounted or underhyped. William Bonac and Michael Rizzo, starting with the update from Bonac, because we've gotten more updates from Rizzo than we have Bonac, and I think Bonac looks really impressive. And this update, obviously, we've talked about this before, both of these guys at their last Olympia appearance were top 7 Olympians, both Rizzo and Bonac. And we saw Bonac in Detroit where he won. Very, very impressive in Detroit. I would say he looked better there than he looked at the Arnold, looked better there than he looked at the Olympia. Bonac is a dark horse in this lineup for sure, because he is such a seasoned professional, and he's very consistent. So I would say Bonac, more so than Rizzo, I think would be more likely to catch these guys slipping if anybody comes in off, especially somebody like Vito, somebody like Martin or Nick, or potentially even Derek. But it is worth pointing out that none of these guys have ever beaten Derek Lunsford in his entire career, even though it's a very short open bodybuilding career. That's one of the advantages that Derek has going into almost any lineup he does outside of the Olympia. We saw that at the Arnold. But the fact that Derek is essentially undefeated, except for two guys, Samson and Hadi are the only two open bodybuilders that have beaten Derek. Nick has never beaten him. Martin has never beaten him. Rizzo has never beaten him. Bonac has never beaten him. And Good Vito obviously has never beaten him, even though he's never faced him. But Martin, Bonac, Rizzo, Nick, they've all competed on the same stage as Derek. Derek has beaten them all, and none of them have beaten him. And I think that is a very valid point in making your predictions for this show. The fact that not only did Derek just beat Samson Dowda at the Arnold Classic, and Samson is your reigning defending Mr. Olympia, but if you couple that with the fact that none of the guys in this lineup have ever beaten Derek has beaten them, I think that's a significant data point to make a prediction based on, especially when you consider that Derek does not seem to be on the decline. He seems to be getting better. He seems to be improving. He's not injured. He's not sick. He's not at an age where his physique is starting to go downhill. He's actually very young for an open bodybuilder that's already won the Mr. Olympia. He seems to be on the uphill trajectory. So in other words, not the trajectory that guys that haven't been able to beat him so far would start to beat him. And then I was also looking at the latest physique update from Michael Rizzo at under 2 weeks out from the 2025 Pittsburgh Pro. And kind of the same commentary that I've given on Rizzo's episodes in the past. Big, freaky, vascular, and really detailed. Especially from the side, you really see the size that Rizzo carries. And by the way, both Rizzo and Bonac are now confirmed for the New York Pro, which is a week after the Pittsburgh Pro. And I would expect to see a lot of these other guys in this lineup probably do the same thing, especially if Derek wins. And a lot of these guys still need to qualify. I can see a lot of these guys also going to New York. And next Monday, so a week from now, we'll have the official IFBB competitor list for the Pittsburgh Pro. So if there's any other surprises, like anybody else that's doing the show that we haven't heard of yet that might be big names or really good guys, we will have the actual competitor list on Monday. So we've got that to look forward to as well. But I'm going to wrap up the video there, guys. I hope you did, in fact, if you like the video, subscribe to the channel, click that bell notification icon if you have not already. And as always, I love you guys, appreciate you guys. Nick Strength and Power signing out. Alright guys, don't forget to click that like button and subscribe to this channel if you enjoy the content. Also check out my Instagram at Nick Strength Power, my Facebook page, which is simply Nick Strength and Power, my secondary YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Vlogs, for vlogs and bonus content that you will not see on this channel. And consider subscribing to my third YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Pokemon, which is all things Pokemon and trading card games, completely unrelated to this channel. So if you're into that, give that one a look. And all links to merchandise and social media will be in the description box below. If you guys want a Nick Strength and Power t-shirt, that will be in the Shopify link below. Have a great day.
This was my hair 6 hours after wash day. Now, this is my hair on day 3. I've tried every oily hair product and hack out there, and my scalp would still be greasy by lunch. It was constantly flat and felt so heavy and dry. It turns out my oily scalp was from product buildup, and I needed to clarify my scalp and deep condition my ends. So that's when I looked into pros. I could tell them in the quiz that I have an oily scalp and my hair is wavy, but I have fine hair that needs moisture, but not too much. And like magic, I got my all-in-one personalized formula. Like, this transformation is crazy. This is my hair on day 3 now. The shampoo clarifies any product buildup without stripping moisture, and my conditioner perfectly hydrates my waves to keep it light, defined, and oil-free all day. Seriously, just tell pros. A woman inserted a brown trout fish into her coochie while it was living.
Hey, thank you for joining me today. If you woke up in a good mood, please hit that like button. Let's get into these clips.
Yeah. Living and living.
We can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
I have diarrhea. Please let me use your bathroom. Please. I can't. I'm really gonna shit myself. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Bro, you seriously think I would let you in my house, man? I don't even want to eat the food that you just brought to me, dude. You might have diarrhea on your fingers at this point. We don't know how long you had it for, bro. We don't know if you properly wiped it that well this morning when you had it. Like, we don't know these things, bro. Get out of my house. That lady, you are lucky that lady didn't take extreme measures against you, man. Like, you really, how dare you just walk your way in there expecting someone to loan them their throne in the bathroom to you, man. You know, take your mark and discombobulate the whole bathroom and probably jam it up. Just go take a dookie on the lawn, bro, behind a car or something, bro, or something else, man. This is crazy, man.
Here, in the kitchen, going back and forth, she was like, I kept my composure, because we didn't want to scare her off. But when are you going to break it down to her that we are close? She got up on the other side of the wall, like, what's really going on here? My stuff in the kitchen. Ma'am, sir, what do y'all have going on up here tonight? So she's looking at him, he's looking at her. So I say, excuse me, what is going on? So she was like, this is my husband.
understood where my goals needed to be. It was really nice to have someone understand the entirety of my situation as an athlete and a mom. I think that everyone could benefit from working with a dietitian. You can see a personal dietitian through Nourish, a website that matches you with a dietitian covered by insurance. Find your personal dietitian at usenourish.com.
I can't even let you fly with my dog like that.
Put some lucky on that.
Nah, he has the back. He has the third back. I can't let you fly with it like that, bro. Nah, it ain't even about the money. It ain't about the money, bro. Oh, I gotta take it back. So I can't let you fly like that, bro. They not just gonna let you do that, bro. It ain't about the money, bro. I don't care about the money. You're the dog. I can't look. Oh, maybe you're the dog. Now, 10 minutes to time out, bro. You can't fly like that, bro.
Yo, as a pet owner, I got to give this seller some props, bro. Recognize this ain't gonna work out. He knows that this buyer is probably just buying it for show. Doesn't really care about making it, taking care of the dog. So I gotta get mad love. He just gave that money back. Those dogs want to sell anyway. He probably had no issues with selling that dog anyway. So hands to you, man. Hands up to you, man.
If you're 30 and older looking for a 19-year-old, here I am. But first, there are some requirements. You gotta be in the gym. You gotta be working out because I don't need none of your bones popping while you're doing what you're doing. 2, you gotta have some money. You gotta have some. That's really 1, okay? 3, I really don't want you to have no kid because I'm gonna be the kid. You feel me? Moral of the story, if you got the funds, you can have fun.
First of all, are you really 19? Like, damn, you look 29 at this point. But this stuff you're talking about sound like a real contract, like to date you at this point. Like, god damn. We, older men are supposed to be like dating down for some ease, a little bit of ease. We don't want any kind of like stuff, man. You're just doing too much.
Question for all the short men. I'm sorry. For those of you that have dated someone taller than you, what does that look like? Because I've been thinking, like, what does that look like? And then has a girl ever wanted y'all and she was taller than you and you declined because she was taller than you? Or do you climb the trees? What's going on?
We already know, fellas, what y'all gonna say, man. She a baddie, she's interested. Y'all have no problem climbing the tree. I feel you on that one. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't get intimidated. Just go with your move. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised at the ones that really would just give it a shot to see if they like it. You got the ones that really just reject you, but you'll be surprised at the ones that are just willing to give you a shot, bro. Like, if you're that short, like, you'll be surprised.
The woman inserted a brown trout fish into her Gucci while it was living, and then this is on video. She did that until it was no longer alive. I'm telling you this because in my last video I tell you about this woman that happens to not be from the United States. Shocking, I know. But I had said that she did an inappropriate act with a brown trout fish, and I apparently did not know how inappropriate these acts were. But the lovely people that frequent my page, somebody commented and said, like, this is what you did with the trout. And I didn't see that in the original article, so I did a little bit more digging, which I should have done in the first place. And apparently the video that these people took actually entered the internet, and thank the Lord that I didn't see it, but other people that did. I got the description. If you saw the video, I'm sorry. Obviously the woman that did this being charged. The man that videotaped it was already charged. But this really does give you meaning. Just thinking of the fishes.
This is fish on fish crimes, bro. The tuna, the trout. Like, what are you trying to do here, bro? You trying to bring it to its natural habitat? Like, you just thought that, just because it smelled like fish tank water, you can actually put a fish down there? Like, what is it gonna be, bro? Like, this is some weird. I'm just
gonna have to say it. This is some weird white person stuff, bro. This is some the stuff you would hear out of Florida, you know. Sorry for my Florida. Like, this is weird. Why would you put a brown speckled trout down there? If you even got brown speckled trout, but this one looks brown. Brown trout, speckled trout, rainbow trout, whatever it is, bad. Stop. All right, just stop. It's nasty. It's gross. What are you benefiting from this? Nothing.
I just left the date, and this guy told me something that really shocks me. Not shocks me because I already knew this, but to hear from a man, it was just like, this is how men think. So basically, I met him about a month ago, and I only met him one time. And he would always message me on social media and want to take me out on a date. And I told him I wasn't looking for anything, and he knew that. But he was just like, just give me a chance. So he would always ask me out, you know, you want to go here, you want to go here, what time works best for you? And I kind of would just like leave him hanging, kind of. I know. Anyways, today he asked me again, and I was like, you know what, we could probably do dinner. Because he asked me lunch or dinner. I said we could probably do that. Before I agreed, he was giving me places where, you know, he would want to take me, and I told him where I wanted to go. He booked the reservation as soon as I told him. So we get there. He got there 40 minutes early. 40 minutes early. Anyways, we're at the table, and this is what he told me. He told me that he appreciated the fact that he had to earn on first dates. He was like, you weren't ready on go. Is, you know, just saying, yep, let's go. He said he respected the fact that he wasn't going to just get an automatic yes, and that he had to be consistent with me to get what he wanted, which was the first date. And he said, I'm gonna lie to you guys, I'm not used to that. Women are so quick to say yes to a date. Like, who wouldn't say yes to free food and a free drink, you know? But he was like, I actually appreciate it because, you know what I'm saying, like, it means more. Like, that's literally what he said. Like, there's more value in something and someone when a man has to work for it. Then he making me look right, probably like at least 3 to 4 times for me agreeing to go on a date with him. He's like, hopefully there'll be a next one. Do what you with that information.
At the end of the day, men don't mind a little bit of a chase. Now you gotta give us a little something to fight for, bro. If it come too easy, you know we're gonna think, oh, we're just gonna, you know, this is easy, dog. We just got in here and we're rolling out. This is gonna be no problem. So you get the man a little chase. Give him a little, you know, a little pushback. Give him a little something to fight for.
I feel like nobody talks about this. Like, the realization that pay rent, right? You got a whole apartment. You live by yourself, and you still have no bitches. I randomly just thought about this tonight. Like, I've been living in my apartment, you know what I'm saying, my little 1-bedroom. I pay $16.50 for this bitch a month. $16.50. And I've cracked 0 buns in this apartment. 0 buns. And I've been here for going on 2 years. I've cracked 0 buns. I could have cracked buns once, but actually twice. It was my ex. We were just fucking around. But, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't feel comfortable, like, going, like, all the way and having sex. Like, we made out and shit and, like, fucked around. But I didn't feel right, like, having sex with her because, like, she was fucking with somebody else at the time. She had a little man or whatever. And I was like, I don't feel right doing that. We can kiss and make out and cuddle, but I don't want to. But other than that, no bitches, bro. What the fuck am I living by myself for? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? That's supposed to be like the number one like hype reason to have your own apartment. Yeah, women can come over, spend the night, then come in and out whenever they want to. Like, I got my own crib and shit. No, it just be me and my goddamn PS5. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing that be showing me love up in here, and nothing else.
I hate to say this, my guy. I hate to say this, but my guy, you sitting on the couch with bonnet on, you watching cartoons, bro. Yeah. Enough said. I don't know what else to say.
Only 6% of black men in America make over $100,000 a year or more. So out of 49.6 million, only 2.4, we said it again, only 2.4 would make over $100,000. And the amount of people that start with that kind of money right off the bat is few and far between unless it's labor or labor-intensive work or highly skilled, sought-after work. What does that mean? I need you to lower that requirement just a little bit because statistically, that's not where we're at yet.
Well, there you go, guys. If some of y'all wanted to really know that statistic or maybe forgot, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. I know he probably do these things like the back of his hand, but at the end of the day, here you go. Share it with who you want to share it with because that's crazy. That's crazy. Let's go ahead and see if we can make this to, 7%, man. I wish all y'all happiness and success. For real, appreciate you watching. Hit the like button, hit the sub button. I'll see you on the next one.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Like, comment, subscribe, images. like image. YouTube like image. Okay. How do I do that other page? Waiting to get loaded up, Jim. Oh, let's bring YouTube to work day. Okay. My friend, come sign the paper. Ah. Woo. drop. Good catch, good catch.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. Hey, yo, Coop, what up, brother? It's Tuesday in Massachusetts today. It's beautiful. It's warm. I'm in my element. Feeling good. How's every little thing, man? What's going on with you, man? What's new? How's life treating you? Still never told me the name of that place. Where is that place at? I'm trying to check that place out.
Whoa, it's a beautiful day to do EV action. I'm glad they make teachers like that. When I said, bro, that's your son teacher, all of a sudden you want to be involved in everything. You want to be the escort on the field trip. You want to be the, you know what I'm saying? You want to be the president over the PTA. All of a sudden you want to be the most active dad in the world. You is not slick, bro. You not slick. I'm already knowing.
Asked him to move in, and he said, I can't live with someone unless I plan to marry her. My heart was full. I mailed invites, got fitted for a dress, told my family, and now he's saying that he didn't propose. Why is he playing mind games?
He
Are
not
you crazy?
So apparently you just heard whatever the fuck you wanted to hear.
That man,
where do they sound like let's get married? What the? Ma'am, you may be schizophrenic.
Damn, dog, whatever she's smoking gotta be potent. You see what I'm saying? For real. Which leads me into like it before you light it.
Oh no, but don't let me be bleeding out in the street and y'all done called the ambulance, man. Look, I'm trying to die in peace, but I can't do all that hooting and hollering. I don't even want no help no more.
Say, dog, if you gonna put me in that ambulance, I hope it's half price. That's embarrassing, dog. The ambulance.
A side chick must be beautiful.
A side chick must be beautiful. If ever, for some weird reason, you bump into your husband or your boyfriend's side chick, or you get to know who she is, and unfortunately, she's prettier than you, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Just know that she's the beauty, and you are the brains. And that's the reason why you're staying in that house, and you've got that ring. And because she's just the beauty, that's the reason why she's a side chick. There is no brains. The problem only starts if she's uglier than you, Mzukuru. That's where the problem is.
He like her.
Side chick can't be uglier than you. She must be prettier. Then we know that it's just the beauty. Brains no day.
Hey, bro, at face value, it make a lot of sense, yeah, bro. Like, if your nigga cheating on you with a girl that's ugly, and I'm talking about most people would agree that she's uglier than you, that nigga like her, dog. Or she got that fire mouth, Virginia, and some more shit.
But who gonna humble me? Who gonna shut me up? What are you talking about? Damn.
Let me call you back.
Wait.
It ain't her piece, it's your piece. No. Shit. It is your piece.
To my family, friends, or to be colleagues, I want to speak to you direct and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this is right.
He goddamn found out quick fast as I heard. I don't know if he shot a true fire or Alpine out of his goddamn fade out there. But boy, I've been on his ass Monday through Sunday. You hear me?
Wash it and dry it, boy.
Monday through Sunday. I've been on his ass.
Dog, I ain't never in my life been slapped. If I got slapped like that, dog, bro, the only way to be slap is you got to knock him out, bro. Because if you get into the fight and you just marginally beat this dude, you still got slapped. But if you beat the brakes off of him, bro, man, they gonna be like, yeah, he sucker punched you or slapped you, but you got your leg back. Anything short of that, bro, they never gonna let that go.
This nigga saved you from the cops. You forgot he saved you from the cops, huh?
He said that. He said that I did it for you. But I got you.
Well, get a nigga a hug. What the fuck? Like, damn. So why you ain't gonna let him see what that baby dad was talking about? Yeah, let you see that monster dome.
That monster dome.
No, put it on him. Let him see the Tasmanian.
Dude save your life. You might need to give him a little hot tour. You know what I'm saying? It's a little something till you get back on his feet, you know, till you get back right. That's it. Dude save your life, man, bro.
I don't trust no man too single. That shit steep. It to be talking about niggas don't know how to act. All that
That's one of
shit.
my
I see
favorite
niggas
new
turn this
content
whole life around for a back. You meaning to tell me you bad as hell, walk around with no nigga? Oh, hell no, baby. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You not even a single mama. The nigga don't even want to make a baby with you. You this damn bad? Hell no. Some they had nothing.
Hitman.
That shit, you ain't shit. You a bad, but you top tier ain't shit. You ain't no way.
Hey, bro, men are visual creatures, dog. That be your that's your token for admission. Looking good. Now, if you got other things about you that's good, man, a dude will wipe you up. So with that being said, you take a very attractive woman and she passed a certain age, dog, you know more than likely, you know, she the problem. I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. You ain't ran across no good niggas that treated you right. Come on, man.
I know a nigga that threw his bitch a party and 3 random niggas showed up.
I wouldn't wish that on
I hate my life. I hate these niggas. I hate these bitches. I want y'all all to die. Cause why would you play with my heart like that? You ain't cheat. But nigga, you don't know these niggas. They not invited to the party. What are we talking about?
Boy, it would have been a damn good party if that would have happened, boy. 3 random niggas. Who is these dudes, man? I would have to talk to the girl like, man, hold up, man, who these dudes is? Yeah, cool. All 3 of them for you, man. Cause I ain't going out like that.
You might have to sit to somehow stack your money.
Don't go on no vacation this summer. Save your money. Have your priorities in order. You don't need to go on no vacation.
What you telling me to do with my money for?
You need to save your money so you can do what you gotta do. Don't go on no vacation. You're gonna have FOMO this summer. Stack your money. Handle your business. Don't go on no trips. Don't be going out spending a bunch of money you don't need to spend. Focus.
People keep telling me that I need to be careful out here walking around because people are like kidnapping people. Listen, I'm a big bag. I'm 266 pounds. If somebody trying to take me, I'ma lay down.
That's all
and then I'ma roll like a crocodile to safety. You can't pick no 266 pound person that's rolling like a crocodile. You can't get me because not only am I lotioned up, my skin's too soft and I'm too slippery. So come at me if you want to. Take me if you want to.
If a 266-pound lotioned up slippery crocodile can get her steps in today, so can you. What's your excuse?
When a nigga asks for extra bacon, we ain't talking about 3 pieces. We ain't talking about 3 pieces. We need 3 more pieces.
Oh, God. Need that.
Oh, she kind of broke.
What's that red stuff, though? I know that ain't no ketchup, man. I ain't a ketchup egg type of dude. Now, if that's some strawberry jelly or something, I could probably get jiggy with that. That look good, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. I would have preferred toast, honestly, but you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Wait, man.
Damn, I'm about to go make me a big cheese sandwich right now.
Oops, zombies have me surrounded. Time to unleash my super tank mech and plow through. A golden weapon lies ahead. Gotta grab it. But wait, zombies are swarming in. The close range pressure is too much. Let's switch to the purple missile.
Damn, I'm about to go make me a big cheese sandwich right now.
That's what I like. Authentic. Niggas.
For real, man.
Quit holding on to that and let her go.
Great segue.
You're strong for that shit. A lot of you because out there right now is holding on to a bitch who don't give a fuck about you. You over here thinking about all fucking fantasies on how y'all gonna get back together, y'all gonna get the family back, you gonna get your wife back, and y'all gonna live happily ever after. And I'm here to tell you that's bullshit. And I don't judge you for thinking that way because I used to be one of them that thought that shit. And I'm here to tell you fellas, let that woman go. The longer you allow yourself to be attached to this woman, the longer you allow yourself to get played by this woman, the longer you allow yourself to stay in this cycle over and over and over, you know, this bitch is gonna come back to you, you're gonna destroy yourself. Stop doing that shit, brother. You deserve better than that. You deserve to have a happy life. You deserve to spank. You deserve to feel good. You deserve to get out this cycle of loneliness and depression because you sitting here stuck reminiscing on a bitch who don't give a fuck about you, fellas. Detach from that. Let that go. She ain't coming back. She ain't coming back. She's gone. You don't need that. Work on yourself, become better, heal yourself, and make sure you never go through this shit again. And if you need some help with this, send me a DM. I can help you out. Potentially get on the paid one-on-one coaching call, and I'll make sure you will never go through no shit like this.
I feel like a lot of people fall short when they just really pour all of their energy into another person, a romantic partner. Like when you pour everything into it, if that shit don't work out, you're gonna be a shell of yourself, man. That's the problem right there, man. You still gotta have your own life. You still have to have things independent of that person that make you happy. Hobbies, set goals, friends, all that kind of stuff, bro. You have to have some individuality. Some people's whole identity is based on who they married to, who they got kids with, all kind of shit. Just saying, bro.
I want to be real skinny with a big ghetto booty, okay? Collard green, neck bone, cornbread, fed booty. That's what I want. I want to walk by and everybody break their neck trying to turn around and see that. I want you to see it from the front. I want that booty to be so big. I want bitches to be uncomfortable when I walk through. Okay?
Just keep it clean.
They grab their man when I walk through. But they ain't even got to do that because I don't want that, man. I actually want you, boo. Because we going outside all summer in thongs with our big ghetto booties.
I already know. Everybody want to know where y'all going to be at.
Everybody watching, hating, mad, jealous. Asking how we did it. Because we got up and we went to that gym, no pre-workout. We thinking about all that bullied us in middle school and then they peaked in high school. So now we got to shit on them hoes for the rest of their
Yes.
They lives.
That's a good goal.
Skinny waist. Giving that woman revenge code. Just giving that all fucking year, all summer. Let that summer body be thought in that gym right the now. If not now, then when? You said Monday. Monday came. Treat every single day like it's the first of the month. Get the get up.
Type shit.
Do not wait until spring and then be trying to Google Chat GPT. How do I lose 21 pounds in 3 weeks? It's because I told you so. You heard me. You're looking at this. The problem is the phone, like your mama said, hand it here.
Man, let me tell y'all something I know about Negroes, bro. Listen, black dudes, bro, for sure. That's a black man kryptonite right there. A yellow bone with a big old booty, bro. Oh, she trying to set y'all up for failure, bro. One of you niggas is gonna crack and get her pregnant, and now that's when the bullshit starts. I'm telling you what I know, bro. Listen, don't fall for it, because if she got a big old ghetto booty, y'all dudes gonna fold, bro. I'm already know.
Look, I'm finna teach you. When they inside or whatever, right? When they inside, you gotta do the ear shit. You gotta do the little ear biting, the little. That ear shit. That ear shit. Do it. When they inside, right? Ladies, you know how they do it. You need to be doing it.
Damn, you already shaved it down to 5 minutes. Now
Eye contact. Do not move when you. No eye contact should be moved.
Shit.
You move eye contact, you already lost. Because guess what? You move eye contact, now they think about somebody else. Let me teach you. Keep eye contact. Keep eye contact. Keep eye contact, because they're gonna be thinking about somebody else. Make sure they looking at you.
Professional.
And then like when they inside, just be
pushing it. Now we talking 1 minute.
Who's your fucking mind? Make them feel like the fucking king of the fucking gym.
Oh man.
He'll keep coming back for more.
How much money you want? Dog, a lot of these women already got top tier game and they know how to manipulate you dudes, but if they get a hold of this information right here, dog, listen, bro, they gonna run your pockets, man. Most of y'all not strong enough to deal with that, bro. She is putting her hands around your neck. You ain't never had that done to you.
Man, a little white boy just rang my doorbell and asked if he can do anything to make some money.
Yo, what up? Oh, protein shake, what's going on with you, baby? Hey, I know that's right. Get it right. Yeah. What you mean? Like a yellow vest? Yeah, but why do you need an Amazon Prime account to order that? You can order anything from Amazon without an account. Well, I know, but why do you need me to order? You just order right to your crib, bro. You don't need me for that. You don't get no discount. That shit come the same fucking time, man. Amazon come the next day all the time. They be telling you that shit's Prime, and man, Prime ain't nothing but for the videos. It's just for the movies, man. Yeah, just order that joint to your crib, man. That shit'll be there in a day. Shit, man. I'm headed up to Maine. It's beautiful outside. I had a long ass night last night. Ugh. It was just rough. Like I went up to I started in Virginia and I drove all the way to Massachusetts and I got there by midnight, right on time. And then I had to sit there, keep running in and out of the building to get unloaded. And it was just a lot last night. Drove all damn day, was up all night, slept for about 4 hours, and then had to go pick this shit up. It was just, it was just a lot. though, because now I'm on the way up. I'll make a couple dollars, drop this off, and then head to the top. All is well. Yeah, man, ain't nothing going on. I'm gonna try to get back there by Saturday. I'm gonna take the baby to his allergy appointment. I gotta figure this shit out. Gotta get some shots or something. Allergy shots or whatever. Take me to the specialist. Policino. What's up with John John? You there? I lost you for a second. They just said, what's up? Policino. That's how you been, yo? I've been seeing you for years. That was my dog for a minute. He was kicking it. He's tailing it. I can't mess with John. It was all day. Nah, you the only person I know on the book. I don't want no one to know I know on the book. That's the whole point. You can send him my number though. Tell him to give me a call. Alright? Nobody to know, because then, you know, they'll start figuring it out, putting two and two together. You know, no. I like my life. Uninterrupted. Live a good life right now. Only those who I want around. Call my brother, talk to Tiffany, Pete, Wayne, the baby, random yummies, and that's it. Yeah, yummy. I keep it moving. Let me be in one spot for a little while. Life is good, bro. Everything's going my way. What you got anxiety about? Life's going your way. It's the lies. Who's for lies? You know. Toss one off real quick and take a nap. That's what you gotta do. Some cheeks, taking a nap. Just some cheeks, eat a sandwich, take a nap, you know, take the edge off. Yeah, man. That's it. It's beautiful outside. Go to the bar, take a walk. Grab yourself a basketball, shoot by yourself if you need to. Do something just to keep the energy up. I know yesterday I did 20,000 steps. No, the day before yesterday. I did 20,000 steps with a weighted vest. That shit was good. I needed that. I need to do it again every day until I get down to where I want to look. You know? Fitness. Cardio. Easy on the knees. And I'm getting a workout. Get some lunges in there. Some squats. Park, like Donnie Park or something. That's right. As long as she doesn't Oh yeah. Oh, she holding on tight to the pain. Something gotta be done. Gotta do something. Oh, boy. The president told you to get on the meds. I guess you better get on it. If Trump is talking to you, we know you need them meds. It's a tea. Oh man. Our business. Yeah. Well, sure. If she does the right order, they'll ship it to the house, and that shit won't cost her much more than the ride that we got her there. In fact. Well, hey. Tell her it's not about what you want. It's about what you can do, and this is what what you're willing to do to keep your ass out of the issues. Cause I'll be like, listen, this is what you need. I was like, these are the stores that got what you need, and these are the stores that'll ship it to you. Cause I ain't driving all the way from up here to hear your bullshit. And then once you start doing that, you know she's just gonna expect it. And if you don't do it one time, you know what it's gonna be. Yeah, man, you gotta feed her with a slingshot, boy. From far back. That's too much. Yeah. Shit, if anything, send her groceries. You send the groceries. Like, hey, it's $100 worth of groceries. You can't go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, well, if it gets you to see the kids, man, nice day of grocery shopping ain't terrible, man. It's not terrible. As long as you can keep it regular, like disappear when she hits the line, because, you know, when they're in the line, you got to be in the car. So she don't try to hit you, she'll try to hit you up, like, I ain't even there to help. Like, I did all this. Yeah, I'll be in the car. I'll be in the car. You know, you just check on out. See you when you get outside. That's it, my man. That's it. Nice and simple. Yeah, that's good. Yo, that's what's up. We can do that right downtown. Get some fishing poles. Me and you go get the $15 license real quick. Hook them up with some poles. Let them poke some worms. You know how we do it. Get all dirty. You know, keep some wet wipes. A couple brewskis. Let's see. Of course. Well, you know, she can't do shit about that. You know, that's always going to be in her head. Time to put everybody in their place. That's all. Put everybody where they're supposed to be. And then yeah, exactly. Sacrifice the bullshit and put up with their shit so we can give the kids what they need. That's all it is. On our terms, on our terms. Yep. Listen, I told her it was funny. Took Hokai to the doctor. I picked him up and gave him a ride home. Me and Hokai got food. Me and Hokai got some food, right? And I ain't asking nothing, right? When I was done, you know, after we got the food in the drive-thru. And I was talking to Hokai. I was like, Mom did a good job, right? We should give her the fries. Huh? She did a good job. She earned some fries. Really? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you did a good job. You earn the fry, you know. A little bit at a time. I see you work. You know? But no, serious, like, yo, we ain't cool, but listen, I'll throw you a fry here and there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not paying for your fries, but if the fries I'm not eating, you can have it. When you do a good job, yeah. But if you ain't doing a good job, it's back to the gutter. They not dealing with you at all. Yeah. Word, because it'd be nice to get all of them to the park while we go or something and let them run around. Because it's that time of the year, man. Listen, I need at least 3 good hoop sessions this summer, man. I ain't trying to be Kobe. I'm trying to do something. You just know it ain't nothing. Like, all we're going to do is go hang out, get something to eat. Just take y'all back to holidays. Realizing that, yeah, this is all it was in the first damn place. And that's it. That's all it is. Simple and sweet like. Yeah, cause we got our own now. Ask the drivers. Yep. To the beach, make sure you take the shorts, you know, rock, go get the water, whatever you want to do. Yeah. That's all. That's what I like to see. That's what I like. That's what I'm all about. That's all. Mothers, nothing that goes on with us. Nothing. Keep your mouth shut or you ain't coming next time. That's it, so light. I'd tell Hilkiah, yo, like, yo. I was like, you don't ever snitch on your daddy, boy. He's like, we going? I was like, nope. Is it because I told on you last time? I was like, yup. I was like, all the good times we be having, boy, you better keep your mouth fucking shut. Your trap shut, talking like a little girl. We don't do that. I mean, y'all need to know the rules around here. You don't do what your mama do. It's your mama. You ain't her daughter, you're her son. You do what daddy does. And you listen to what your mama tells you to do. Keep your mouth shut. She asks you what you do with daddy, tell her to go ask daddy. I'll set her straight, don't you worry about it. I'm not sitting here fussing with this hooker. Oh, you see that joint I sent you? Bitch nigga. Alright, what?
take his old lady ID. I don't know if I got shit for you to do, but we gonna make sure you take your old lady ID.
Type shit. Another boy cut your grass.
I don't even need my grass cut. Shit, how I'ma say no to a little boy trying to make money to take his old lady ID? Shit, I got to.
I appreciate
You get a
Oh,
boy
yeah.
a hundo.
Appreciate you, bro.
Good, boy.
Hey, if you need your yard cut anytime, I'll charge you free.
I got you. Hey, if you see you need cutting, just come over and cut.
Alright, got you.
And get onto this fishing boat, look back, and you realize that the person that you were on the jet ski with is nowhere to be found. So keep in mind that for about 20 minutes, and neither of your friends realize that you're gone.
You should definitely not take a taxi in Cartagena because you are risking yourself to get robbed.
Search all throughout TikTok. What is the dark skin experience here as a woman? You're not going to be treated like a valuable asset because you're disposable.
They do your nails. They feel extremely trained because you talk to them. Same friend tells you you should have died in Colombia.
Dang.
Put a finger down, Vacation Horror Story Edition. Put a finger down if you spend months planning the perfect 21st birthday trip to Colombia and you decide to go out there with two of your closest friends. And the first couple of days out there, you're enjoying yourself, everything is beautiful and perfect, but the third-ish day, you have a 5-star party island tour scheduled. And when you wake up in the morning, you have this really weird, off-putting gut feeling. And something's just not right. And you have one friend who, during this tour, is really adamant about riding jet skis. They're really stuck on, I'm riding jet skis and that's that. And you tell this friend, like, hey, I don't think it's a really good idea for us to ride jet skis. Like, it could be dangerous out here. And the friend's like, no, we're riding jet skis. So you get to the final stop of this party island tour, and that friend gets on the jet ski first. You're drunk at this point. Your other friend decides to get on the jet ski. And, you know, you're off hiding somewhere, but someone asks you to get on a jet ski with them. So you're like, getting on a jet ski. So the two of you are on this jet ski, and for reference, your two friends already got off the jet ski, so they're on the island partying. And they both waited for each other to get off the jet ski, recorded each other, whatever. But when it's your turn to get on the jet ski, no one's recording you, waiting for you, watching you, nothing. So you're on the jet ski with this person, and the two of you end up colliding with a fishing boat.
God damn.
So you collide with the fishing boat, and the jet ski flips over, and the two of you are immediately thrown into water, deep underwater in the middle of the Caribbean Sea with lots of waves. And that's it. You think it's it. You think you're gonna die. And then your head pops out of water. You have a life vest on, and you're able to swim to safety and climb onto another fishing boat. And you get onto this fishing boat, and you look back, and you realize that the person that you were on the jet ski with is nowhere to be found. So keep in mind that you're on the ocean for about 20 minutes, and neither of your friends realize that you're gone. And you finally make it back to safety and immediately notify Coast Guard what happened. So they spend the next 24 hours looking for this person in the ocean, and you're completely traumatized and don't feel like going anywhere. The next day, the same friend who was adamant about riding the jet skis insists that we go to a lounge beach club type of thing, and you're not really up for it, but then you feel bad and you're like, you know what, we spent a lot of time and money coming out here, I'm just gonna stick it out and go. So you go to the beach club, and you're in a really down mood, and you end up getting a call. So you end up getting a call notifying you that the person that you were on the jet ski with was found deceased, and now you really don't feel like going anywhere. So you spend the next 2 days in your Airbnb while your friends are out having fun, and you're just in a really down, depressed mood. So now the trip is over and you're on the plane ride back to Boston, and on the airplane you're about 2 rows behind your friends, and you overhear the same friend was your nail tech at the time. You know, this is the same friend that was adamant about getting on the jet skis, talking about you. And this friend says that you're a cool person, but every time they do your nails, they feel extremely drained because you talk too much. So at this point, you're extremely overwhelmed, and you hear this right when the plane lands. So you just grab all your things and go. And you're trying not to cry in the airport, but you cry in the airport. And you go home, and you don't even say anything to your friends. You just say, like, bye and leave. Like,
not your friends.
That's it. And a couple months later, you end up having a falling out with this friend. And you should have died in Colombia. And you take this as a life lesson that you need to watch the energy and the people that you keep around
There you go.
Because whatever way they feel about you, they can project that energy onto you, and you can have very negative outcomes from that.
I think, well, I know for sure, you shouldn't have been on a trip with them.
Hell no.
Somebody passed. That girl wanted to get on jet skis, and they kept going on with the trip like nothing happened. I would have probably tried to book an earlier flight to come home and left the situation, but that's how it is. These ladies, they don't care about each other, man. It's dog eats dog.
That's dirty business.
You know what's smart? Dinner on autopilot. Eat smart with Factor.
That's how it is. These ladies, they don't care about each other, man. It's dog eats dog.
If you haven't seen the story about the girls that went to Colombia, specifically Cartagena, they were almost kidnapped, you are missing out. I went to Cartagena last year for my birthday, and I will say there are some red flags that do need to be talked about. Off the bat, a lot of red flags were happening. Our flight was delayed about 3 or 4 times. We did not reach here until nighttime, which originally we were supposed to reach here like midday. After we went to baggage, to claim our baggage, we realized that our suitcases were beat up.
Yo, I want to take a trip, yo, to a nice black country. I do. I want to take a trip to a place where there's all black people like Jamaica last time. I felt oddly safe and out of place at the same time. You know, it's like, because we ain't Jamaican, but, you know, we've been around, so we're comfortable. We're still a little out of place because we're black American. But felt good there. You know what I mean? Seeing a whole bunch of us everywhere. Like, I mean, that, like, it was like, that's all I see. I was like, I am home finally. It's crazy. I love it. Gotta do that again. Let's go to Africa and see some yash. See some yash. So where you trying to take the trip this year? Yeah, that's cool. Puerto Rico's fine. Bahamas too. You go to Bahamas, can't you? jockeying for machines and shit. Let's get groceries and let's call Cy up and get a case. That was it. He'll bring a bottle, I have a case, we both bring some food, and that's how we survived. But I was tired of that shit. My whole thing is real simple. If I come across a good pastrami sandwich, I'm eating it. In the meantime, I got chicken, salmon, and steak in the truck with a bag of broccoli, cauliflower, and carrots. Going to air fryer. That's it. Real simple. Some rice. I got the rice with the rice cooker. I can steam some vegetables if I want. And some protein pasta. And I keep, some mustard, some light shit. Yeah, sure did. Looked you up real nice, like. Yes. No, it's all yours. So what's the next move for the apartment, bro? You getting some furniture? You gonna throw a couch up in that bad boy? What's going on? What's next? Yeah. first had the crib, I had that one chair. I remember I had that one chair before I started getting furniture. And I found myself sleeping on the couch more than I slept in the bed. Yes. Yeah, I know. That foot is amazing. Yep. I know you was. I missed it. You needed that. I know you needed that. That shit helped your whole body. Help you rejuvenate, recover. You can roll over a couple times on that joint. With somebody there with you. Yo, that was my big thing, yo. I wouldn't even have took it if my feet would have hung off. I was like, nah. Because you know how we are. We need that extra length in the bed. You bigger than me. You definitely need it. You buy curtains and stuff yet? Yeah, I do curtains first because curtains set the tone for the whole place, man. Curtains. Yeah. Yes, I do. Yeah, it takes a minute. It takes a transition because then they gotta redo the whole building and everything. So it's gotta be up. Yeah, go get that forklift permit done real quick. Yeah, that's right. Grab that. Yeah, all that shit. And ask them, ask them what other trader they got. Take all that shit. That's how I got the CDL. I was on unemployment. They offered the CDL for free. So I was getting paid and got paid to get the CDL. It was like, yo, how you out ride a motorcycle every day, go to class twice a week, and still getting a fat paycheck? I was like, so I put that time in. You understand? You ain't gotta worry about nothing. That's it. Yep. Well, that's exactly where you need to be then. Because that's where you're gonna make your bank, man. You'll be fine. Good money. Great money. Yeah. It's an evergreen business. It's always gonna be grass growing, the trees be trimming. Meet new folks. it. Yeah, it's about just putting in the time and growing as you go. And then a year, 2 years from now, people look at you like, yo, like you overnight success, but they don't see the work you're doing when they ain't around. It's what you do in the dark that comes to light. It's just the truth. Yep, and if you can do it with the smallest amount of overhead, yo, that's the way to go. Lessons, you gotta keep it in the forefront of your mind. Yeah, because it's not to have Sabbath once a week. You're supposed to live like that every day. And that's all it is. That's all it is. And once a week, chill. That's all he wants us to do. Relax a little bit. Take it easy. That's a nice lady. Good woman. None of these young bras, none of these girls, none of these titles. I'm doing this, and it's something to benefit you at all. See, I mean, a lot of women like that. Like, you're doing what you're doing, and I see what you're doing, and I want to be a part of that. But I don't want you to have nothing about what I'm doing. What I'm doing is what I'm doing. You know? No. Sound like a whole man. Sound like this woman needs another girlfriend. No, it's none of that. Show up. Finding the one that's doing something is that they're already doing something. You gotta be where they at. Come across them. They out there. I ain't finding them. Stuck in ways. Real picky. Don't want to give nothing up. Oh, yeah. Right there. Yeah, it's not in our time. It's getting lined up. Everything else had to be pulled away. You got to be out with the old so you can be in with the new. thought that's what I needed. That's a fact. It was probably exactly what I needed at the time. Listen, because I also knew that we ain't gonna have 6th Street forever. We ain't. Just wasn't. So it was like, gotta get it together right now. Whatever it looks like, it has to be done. Up good. Up real good. You came out in a situation that people worked years to get to just where you're at right now. Like straight up. Like no bullshit. Because a lot of people are in your situation, they might have the apartment but no car. They might have the car but no apartment. They might have a car and an apartment but about to lose it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this, man, I'm blessed. Nothing to complain about. Yeah, and appreciating the blessings, yeah. Appreciate it. And moving, that's right, and moving in the blessing. Yep, and you gotta be on the path and quiet enough to hear what God's trying to tell you. Because it's already in your head. God talks to us all the time because we know what we should be doing, know what we shouldn't be doing. We know when we feel worried or anxiety because we didn't do something that we should have did and know we should be doing it anyway, or putting something off that we know needs to be getting done, and you get that feeling in your stomach like, why do I feel like this? It's only because we ain't doing what we're told. And we the ones telling ourselves to do it. And if you do what you know you need to be doing, at the end of the day, you feel way better doing what you had planned out for the day than not doing what you're supposed to do and then the shit getting backed up. Like that, like I try to teach Hokai the same thing, like early in the game, like, yo, when your homework don't get done and then you get 2 days worth of homework and you gotta do it all, how's it feel? I don't like that feeling. But if you come home and you get your homework done right away, how do you feel? Like, I feel really good because I don't have to worry about nothing. Then when I come to school, I feel good. When I go to sleep, I feel good because it's done. When the teacher sees it and then it's done, he feels good. I feel like, I'm like, yeah, you see? I was like, this lesson right here is going to carry you through your whole life. Because all you need to know is when shit starts feeling bad, it's because something you ain't do that you needed to be doing, and you put it off, and it's just getting in the way. The last thing you need to be is have an uneasy spirit, because that leads to a whole bunch of bad decisions. Because you know what happens when you put one thing off, you end up putting something else off, and then and then when it's time to do the thing that you put off, you got to do that, but then you got to give that time and put something else off. It's like, damn, you know, shot myself in the foot or cut off my nose and spike my face. Like, yo, it's just show up and do what you need to do. And go to sleep with ease. That's it. So what, you're tired? You feel good tired though. Sleep good. You ain't up here a restless mind. Because that's the worst. Working your ass off and still got a restless mind. Like, what the fuck? Yo, they do a double duty. Who does that? Who needs that? Yeah. Keep you grounded. Yeah, you want a chick that wants you enough, but not too much where you don't want her like, oh, there you go, my nerves. But you don't got nothing to do? But she right now. She good for now. That's it. And it's okay. Yeah, you don't feel obligated, none of that shit. Like, I'm good. Yeah. Only projects I'm doing now are the ones in the garage. That's the only projects I'm working on. Everything's going great, man. It's right on schedule. That's what it sounds like. Everything's right on schedule. Stressing the hell out your ass. Yo, and then on the real, I'm kind of glad that I'm not still married and dealing with all that shit, because I don't want Hokkai to see that. Like, when he see me, it's always him. And if I'm fussing with his mom, it's just because of something that she need to do for him. Enough, it ain't no money problems, ain't none of that. But yeah, I don't want them to feel like that shit is normal place, man. It's because it's not. It's not. And I had to tell her, like, yo, stop talking to my son about your money problems. That's not his problem. I was like, you're not handling your funds like you're supposed to. It's your problem. The baby came into the car like, I need to do this. I need to find a way to make money to help my mom. Like, no, the hell you don't. Like, yo. Problem you got is your homework and wiping your ass. That's the only problem. Keep your ass clean and get your homework done. That's the only problem you got. Keep yourself fed. And I'll handle the rest. I'll keep the food in the house. You just gotta eat it. I'll keep the lights in the shower running. All you got to do is clean yourself. Take care of what needs to be taken care of on your part. I don't never want my son to be like that, yo. So the one day she got in the car, she's like, "Oh, you don't send your child support?" And Hokai was like, "You said he don't give you any money." I was like, "Oh," oh, he caught you in the lie already, like, yo. I was like, why don't you tell him how much you get? Why don't you tell him? Cause he's smart, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna try to bullshit him, and then he catch you in the bullshit. Don't be mad when the 8-year-old catch you lying. Put you dead. Like, yo, you know you can't talk bad about my dad. My dad show up. Like, fuck you. I'm like, anything you need, my boy, you get $1,400 a month. You can do whatever you want. That's not it. That shouldn't even be for rent money. That shouldn't even be for anything that she wants to do. That should be for you. And the rest should be sitting in an account. Like low key, you should have like 20 bands for the game. Like, yo. Man. It's alright. You're gonna be alright. Be alright. Kids are gonna be alright because we alright. And that's all that's to it. And then once I can wash my hands and hit my hands are clean. My hands are clean right now. Like, yo, if it's down and we help each other, I'm down with that much. Just do everything and you be ungrateful, out of your fucking mind. Ungrateful and what's the other word I'm looking for? Entitled. Yo, I'd be ungrateful and entitled. The audacity. This and I don't think that. Yeah, you don't need your 2 cents. That's all I'm talking about, nothing anymore. I don't need your 2 cents. This is what I'm doing. And it really has nothing to do with it. What I'm doing is what I'm doing. I'm not asking permission. I'm not asking for validation. or applause. Doing what the hell I need to do because that's what I feel I need to do. I don't need you telling me it ain't going to work for whatever reason, especially for someone that ain't doing what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go to the liquor store and ask them what boat should I buy for the lawn. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why are you talking about boats that sell liquor? Exactly. Yeah, just don't get comfortable with anything. Like, yo, it's that for the moment, and then when it's time to go, it's time to switch it up. That's all. Don't hold on. Man, how many times you see me switch trucks, switch companies? Like, yo, when shit ain't going right, it's time to switch up. Gotta go. Gotta find what's working. At the time that was working, at the time that's what I seen, that's what I was drawn to. And I was drawn to something else after I was working to see something better. Yeah, and it had to fit. After the divorce, I couldn't just go to the bank and be like, yo, give me the money for this truck and I'll pay. They'd be like, well, the way everything is now, we can't do that for you. So I had to take plan B. Well, not even plan B. I had to have a new plan A. That's all it was. Like, all right, well, looks like I got to start from scratch again. And that's okay. Because I'm in a position to be able to do that. Because now, instead of being brand new with no experience, I got a decade. And instead of looking at my credit, look at my work history. Like, oh, I see you doing it. There you go. Here, sign right here, sign right here. Here's your keys. This is your truck. Now, this is your payment plan. As soon as you pay it off, that's the come up. It's already a come up while I'm coming up. And I'm gonna keep doing it. And one dude, I talked to the one dude yesterday in Jersey. He was dropping off and he had a Falcon trailer on. He had an old truck. He's like, I've been driving for years, bro. I'm like, I've been with them for 10 years. I used to drive for myself, but he's like, my truck's paid for. All I pay for is fuel now and the trailer rental. And I have my own trailer if I want to use it. It's just getting repaired right now. And I'm like, oh, so you can. He's like, everything's all right. And I was like, oh, yeah, I get it. I get it. And that's the goal. To get myself right there. Because I might get there and be like, I don't want to have employees. Because that's a whole nother hassle. I might just want to keep doing exactly what I'm doing and give myself another raise. And then, because I know how I drive, I know how I work, I know how safe I am. If my safety score is off the charts, I'm good. I don't gotta worry about it. And if I have to worry about other folks, that's another set of anxiety up that I'm not used to, which isn't not something I want to try or go towards. But I want to make sure I have a cushion that if anything does happen, I can handle it. And right now, all I can handle is myself. And that's facts. Like, I know exactly where I'm at. I ain't trying to over leverage. I'm trying to get the baseline right and have more than the baseline. And then when it's time to pursue something else, I'll have the means to take advantage of the opportunity when it comes. Because that's the problem. Opportunities come, but you ain't ready. And get ready. That's it. Get ready. It's the Yeah, you in your Rocky training montage right now, getting ready. Yeah. Blessing's there. It's just waiting for you to align yourself with it. That's all it is. Align yourself with the blessing and can't nobody take it from you. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. That's it. It'll cancel it right out. Get it right out of there. It'll weed it out. It'll weed it all out. But you also gotta acknowledge it and let it go. You gotta let it be weeded out. You can't keep pulling the weed back and replanting it. Like, cause God be trying to pull shit out your life and you keep trying to pull it back in. Co-parent. Well, yeah, they're growing it out of the way. Yeah. Well, yeah, that sounds great. And all you gotta do is throw some couches up in that jaws. You got it all sorted. coming together, man. It's all coming together. And as the older kids get older, that's less to worry about. That's less headache. That's less all that. Exactly. Well, yeah. And now, but you don't have to worry about that. That's not your problem anymore. Not your problem at all. Not my monkey, not my circus. Time so you get you build your power back up, because that's all it is. Once you have leverage, that's what it is leverage. Once you get your money together, you get your living situation together, it's leverage to make a move, make a switch, and you can put it in the court. Like, yo, I ain't asking you nothing. Like what I did, I went right to the courthouse, I filled out everything. I was like, this is my situation and this is how I want it, because this is what is making the money. And this is how I'm gonna take care of my son. The only reason why you have full custody is because I have a traveling job, and that's it. The only reason. And so I'm setting it up like this. I want 8 days. You know what I'm saying? 8 days of visitation a month. And I don't need to give nothing but a 24-hour notice when I'm coming to get them. That's what will come when it's time. You know what I'm saying? Once I get my 4 unit and I live in 1 unit and have the other rent out the other 3. Put somebody in the unit, 3 bedroom. Get 1 for me, 1 for Hilkiah, with this nice little spare joint. Maybe have a live-in, and not even. Just let him stay with his mom. As long as she's doing what she's supposed to do and he's getting his work done and shit. Airbnb, rest them place out like that. Because he'll listen, 10 years goes quick. He'll be 18, and Dom will be damn near 30. It's gonna happen fast. It's happening fast. And all the other kids will be out the way, and then free ain't the word. It's a whole new situation now. get there might be a little different. Yeah, the journey might be a little different. We're still going to the same place. If the road's closed, guess what? Detour time. No big deal. You know what I mean? I have to hit a couple cobblestone roads, do a little off-roading, climb a mountain or two. Guess what? I'm gonna get there. Yeah, truth is what I say. I don't know what that means, but I love it. And I feel good, but I feel it happening. Literally living it. That's it. Yeah. Never got past a certain. Never matured past the early 20s. High school for that matter. I gotta stop it for a while. This trailer. That sounds really good right now. I didn't eat nothing yesterday. Yeah, it's nice out. I know I ate a nice turkey sandwich yesterday. Warm outside. I ain't really have no time to stop and cook. I wouldn't mind a nice sandwich at the park myself. Having chips. Yep. Strolling around. Take a stroll. Man, I didn't realize how the suspension changed the car. I didn't realize how bad the suspension I took off was until I put the new ones on. Yeah, that's day one from the factory suspension. That shit was tight. It was a company car, so it wasn't terrible, but it was used. Yeah, sure do. Civic. I was driving the hell out that joint. I was driving the hell out that car. Hey yo, if I had a good job at the time, I'd still have that car. And that BMW, that old BMW. Those cars ran. I drove the shit out them stick shift cars, man. I'm gonna get stick shift something. Yo, I seen like a 1980s mid-condition manual transmission Benz two-door. And it had that light blue with the cream interior, but it was super clean. Like some old folks had that shit like from day one. Leather conditioned seats. 70,000 original miles. I'm like, yo, I really like that joint. I was like, whoa. Yo, because it was clean, it was stick, it was diesel. That should have run forever, bro. And I know it's fun. Because you know the old Mercedes rear-wheel drive, built like a tank. Mess around and put an LS in that shit. Have some real fun with it. You know when the doors close heavy, like click. Like if you slam your finger in the door, you're missing a finger. Like ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. You're gonna have problems. Mention the older cars, man, they got character, man. The new cars, they look nice. There's too much shit going on. Something that when shit hits the fan, all you get is turn the key. Can't nobody hack your car. Nothing. Push start that shit if you need to. Head units. It's something before head units. Something to put on it, put in the tarp, put in the garage, like when the world goes to shit. Every day, right? I'm so used to the big bike, you know. It's that 14 Hundo that I had to pull. No, it ain't. It's not. That's not true. You know how many times I needed to ride? Just go cruise by myself. I ain't gonna say something gonna. Hell nah. Hell nah. Don't wish that shit on me, Ricky Bobby. You take that back. we was out and I knocked up around the bend, we lost 2 friends that year. Lou died and Bolo died, but them niggas was doing bike shit. Like, doing the most. Like, dude, calm down. The bike's fast, we know. We know. But everybody else don't know. Speed yourself right into a problem. We was riding with Brother Bob. Matter of fact, the Harley that I got in the garage is the bike he was riding when that shit happened. That's how I know I don't even need another sport bike. As soon as that shit done, that shit is fast. That R6, man, remember when we went through Manhattan with that shit late night and then rode through the rain? That rain hurt like a motherfucker. Yeah, that shit was coming apart. That rain was serious. That rain was beating our ass, bro. Rode the shit out of that bike. Rode all them bikes, yo. I remember when my set broke on fucking FDR Boulevard, yo. I was on the FDR and my right set broke. Let's go. Stop falling back into thinking about her, man. Listen, we're talking about something. No, don't remember none of that. We're talking about the good times. Stop taking it back to the bullshit. And how we're gonna have more good times. You do it. Killing the vibe. We was just vibing out. Just vibing out and took us down the dark road. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah, you was hurting yourselves. Remember when I came down 5th Street and I was trying to do endos? That shit slid down fucking 5th Street and then hit the corner and slid down Ferry, down the hill. Fucking doing endos over rotating. That's alright. Want to see the struggle, want to pull it back. And I was riding in the wintertime too, like a dum-dum. I was riding light snow and everything. Yeah, that shit was... I know, 6 is a good bike. Yo, that's because you was too heavy on the fucking front brakes. I told you about that. Yeah. You needed that right foot, bro. You needed that. I don't know why you did. I don't know why. Like, we rode bicycles for so long and all you ever use is the back brake. Be skidding and everything, like, yo. Yo, for real. I was like, why is you so heavy on that front brake? That is not gonna be gonna wash out. Gotta chill out, bro. Yeah, need an adjustment. Yeah, these silly ass need to pay attention, trying to kill people out here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm out. Yeah. Good time. Just vibes. Oh, the Suzuki joint was fun. That was a good bike, yo. That shit was a race bike, bro. That bike was a lot. I remember that crap. I was on that shit with a cell phone in my hand, taking video. Let's do the 9 bike. I seen that same bike, same color and everything on Facebook. Was like, dude, I get this. I know that's a good bike. Yeah. Well, I need to be going in. Man, they'll see you get off the bike and walk in the house, but he ain't going back out. Shit, they'll take that shit where we at. I believe they're taking them shit up in East. I can imagine down in Philly. That bike could be one neighborhood across the street. You'll never know it. In somebody's kitchen. Oh yeah. Me too. What you got it on? Oh, that's right. You got PlayStation. I still not buy a PS5. I want one though. I really do. Yo, that's what it is, yo. Walk down Beer Shore, walk right back. You don't got to drive nowhere. You got the food spots right there. You got a bunch of food spots right there. Yo. You know how convenient that is? You right in the... God puts you right where you need to be to get everything you need. Real good. Both good. Yeah, real good. Yeah, my why was pure. Exactly. Nothing else mattered. It built my resilience. Yeah, now it's right. Cause I got out of shape. I wasn't the same person. I wasn't in the same shape I would like to be in. I was no, none of that. Yeah, we were you know what? We were just doing what we could do, what we had at the time. Good too. We know how to do everything. We know how to do everything. Yep. Yeah, eventually. Once I get to a point where I don't, maybe I don't want to, or I'm too tired to do all this shit. Yeah, then it makes sense because I know the deal, and then it'll be like I can put up with whatever I need to put up with to get that time or whatever. But right now, man, I don't want to deal with none of that. I really don't. I honestly don't want to deal with much of anything except for myself. Because once that happens, it'll be the right people. The right people will come when it's time. Like I said, we got to get ourselves together, and once we're together, you know, we get ourselves positioned for the opportunity, and then everything will fall in place. Fall right in place. Yep, those people will be right in our lives when it's time to be. Right now, I'm right here getting sorted out. Lord is sorting me out. Sorting my mind out, sorting my body out, sorting my spirit out, getting me focused, getting my resilience even tighter than it ever was. Everybody shows up out of nowhere. like doing work like that, when you're dealing with people like that, when you're right there, that's cool. That's cool. There's all kinds of equipment, all kind of stipulations and mandates, federal care associations involved. It's like, yo, I gotta have the right folks, man, and I gotta be. Job is what needs to get done. I want people that want something out of life, but then I know they're working towards something and not just here just bullshitting. We can all help each other get where we want to be. Kids rob me for every AirPod I ever had.
After the tone, please speak loudly and clearly about the problem with the current route. $1,000 in my pocket. I had to switch up too, man. I was the same way. The only type of shopping I like to do was grocery shopping because I'm about to eat that. I'd go shopping and buy Hilkai and shit, pick something else for myself up and put it down by the time I got to the checkout. Like, I don't need that. I don't need that. I had to force myself to go buy that suit, and I'm glad I did. Get tailored up. I don't know, man. I still didn't buy the shoes. Like, I have my eye on these pair of shoes for probably, it's been over a year and a half now. Since I bought the suit, I never bought the shoes to go with it. I've been bullshitting, wearing the same. I've been wearing the boots, the Chelseas, the shit that I already have. Like, knowing the shoes will set that shit off. You know what I'm saying? I know. You know we know. That's all we used to do. We used to get dressed every weekend. For decades, bro. From the time we was like, listen, from the time I was 4 years old, I had a suit. Till, what, 25, 26? I kind of stop going to church. Mr. French, what up? Mr. French be coming and checking me out on the live, yo. Yeah, you gotta stay with a suit, man. But yeah, man, I'm switching it up, man. I done bought myself a pair of driving shoes, a pair of loafers, some chinos, and that was last year. I think I wore them shits like 3 times. Yeah. Yo, but listen, you're gonna have to go to the big and tall, bro, and go try on clothes. You gotta start going. You gotta show up, try on clothes. You gotta find what fits you right before you start ordering offline. Because ain't nothing like ordering shit that show up and it don't fit, thinking you're about to go somewhere with the shit you just got. It don't fit quite right. You gotta go to size up or size down. Yeah, man, that's shit. Over 40 now, y'all. I'm getting shoe game gotta be right. Huh? Oh, yo. I just bought Samurai Showdown. That shit is fun. What was Street Fighter on Sega? Yeah, man. Over 40, I'm just getting my shoe game up, boot game together. Trying to start playing with some jackets, with blazers, some jeans. Just look, look my fucking age. I don't even want Jordan and all that other shit. I ain't playing no ball. I'm sorry, once a paycheck, I gotta start buying a piece of article of clothing, a shoe. One paycheck until I get everything back to where it was. So I can still stack the rent. Back together.
That's part of the game. I've been trying to make sure I keep my truck full. 80 bucks. You got 20 gallon tank, right? That's usually the average for SUVs, like a 20-gallon tank. Yeah. That's good. That's really good. Yo, cause my away from working expenses are really took down. Like honestly, as soon as the truck, I got a couple more payments on the truck, and that's done. And all I have is my insurance and my phone bill. Really, that's it. That's how I'm trying to keep it. Yeah, food. I don't even count that. That's just what it is. That's all. Yeah, I get it's a cold trip. Yeah, that took a while. I ain't gonna lie, it took a while. Matter of fact, I stopped when they changed the price. When the cigarettes went from $7 to $14, I was done. I was done. It's like, I don't need cigarettes. I'm good. They ain't charging me double. Fuck y'all. I'll go see George for a little while until I get this craving off of me, and then I'm done. Plain and simple. Nah. Yep. Keep me on loose. It's like, why am I even doing it at this point? It's all good. Do what the fuck you want to do. Wanna? Okay. If you don't, okay. That's it. I stopped because I don't want it. I don't want it. I was tired of the smell, tired of the taste, tired of the fucking cigarette sticking to my lip. I ain't gonna lie though, yo. Fucking early morning before the pallet place, yo, a cup of coffee and cigarette was hitting. That shit was something special. That shit was comforting like a motherfucker. Yup. That was it. And it was terrible too because I was around Sai, and Sai was a heavy smoker. Yeah, he stopped smoking too. We all stopped. We all was like, fuck this. One is too expensive, stinking, cigarette butts everywhere. Nasty habit. Nasty ass habit. That long. I haven't smoked weed since my 20s. And we smoke all weed. 2 decades, wasn't it? 2 decades. I'd fall asleep standing up if I smoked some weed. I couldn't handle it. Couldn't do it. I'll probably draw some Picasso and shit. Nah, because, well, oh yeah, well, the weed they got today ain't the weed that we had 20 years ago. It's not the same shit. No. That shit smell like drugs. Shit smell like drugs. We didn't think weed was drugs back in the day. Like, that shit was from the earth. Now, weed is straight drugs. Smoking rocks again? Yep. Look, it don't even look like weed. Like, yo, if I can't put a bud in a cup of water and spread out the leaf, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't know what that is. What is that? I mean, I don't want it now regardless, but... yeah, like there's a hint of it there, but it ain't. Nah. Couple shots and I'm straight. Yo, the job's calling me to get you back. Alright. Hello? Hey, what's going on? Yeah.
hours. I need to be at the house for Monday. I was trying to get back around Saturday or Sunday. Monday I have to take my son to the doctor. What's Southwest? Thursday morning. Oh, what time is it picked up tomorrow? Okay. And that delivers Thursday. So, and then what? Something to PA up? Yeah, that sounds good. Yes, sir. Yeah. They told me to drop a hook in Bangor and then shoot on up to the yard. And I can get a 30-day done tomorrow morning. And then by the time it's time to go, exactly. That's right. And then I can get down there early enough to go off duty for a while. All right, that sounds like the plan. Yes, sir. Appreciate you too. Bye. Yo. Yeah, I'm gonna drop off over here, shoot up to the yard, do my off duty, and then head down to Jersey tomorrow. Yo, I mean, listen, you're gonna have to be on unemployment. You should ask them if they have free CDL training just to get it done. Oh, the training okay. Hell yeah. That's yeah. Nah, just keep your tags on your car good. Yeah. Yeah. It's always good to have that one.
He'd be home every day with the weekends off. 1,500 a week at your spot, man. Stay there for your lease and leave after that. Man. Yeah, go get yourself the apartment with the balcony. Ain't nothing. Pay off plumply and chill out. And yeah, ain't nothing. Pay off plumply, chill out, then go get you a nice little S-Class or something. already done. It's already all done. Just gotta keep doing exactly what I'm doing. And make sure I don't put nothing in the way of that. Focus. The road is down, right? Send us home. It's simple. Alright, bro, let's get to it, man. Yeah, you sound like you're about to get a nap. Get that, go get in the car. You sound good. Just, oh, you know what? Fuck it. Just sit there. Fuck it. Just sit there, put on the Red Dead, get a beer, put on the Red Dead, and relax. I might mess around and play the Red Dead 2 because I still got to play the zombie mode. Nightmare mode or something. Zombies. Yo, that joint is crazy too because you think I was playing it and they have it set up trying to help the lady and then they jump out on the ambush your ass and then you got to hold her, you got to slow it down and put the dot on everybody and be like, ba 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 ba. That shit go hard. That Red Dead Redemption go hard. I told y'all, I told you I love that game, y'all. I'll be sitting there. I'll sit there with a bottle and take him to the bar, get drunk, and play poker the whole night. Something to sit there and play poker a whole night long too. They got poker and they got this other game where you guess what dice the other person's gonna roll. And then they got the 5-finger the knife game where you do the knives between the fingers. Yeah, that joint go hard too. I was getting real good at that until a couple of them sips started hitting me. My timing was off. I was stabbing the shit out my fingers. Yo, Red Dead Redemption is a fun game, man. I got the Mortal Kombat joint with my dexterity, my finger dexterity don't got me doing the fatalities like I used to. I gotta practice that shit. Like, I ain't nice no more. I gotta go through the whole tutorial. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. But with the Samurai Showdown, that shit was coming back. I was disappearing, hitting people with the Ratarukin, all that. Yeah. How my boy Hanzo, I was disappearing, leaving a log behind, dropping on your head. Yeah. I was like, oh, this that shit. It's bringing back memories. That truck was mad fun.
I was thinking about grabbing that. That Assassin's Creed take a lot of my time up there because I was playing that hell out. Metroid took a lot of my time too. Metroid was hard. You know, it's almost like Mega Man. You run around, you blast shit, and then you get different powers as you go. Samus, the alien shorty, running around blasting the aliens. I can lie, that shit was hard though. You got to beat that joint on normal. Hard mode is hard though. No, Kyle was beating that shit on hard. I like this nigga's little fingers. I was like, how you 6 years old beating Metroid like this? Going hard. Reflexes is crazy. What else I need to do? It's time to clean the truck. Clean the inside of the truck. Wipe it all down, hit it with the shine. Get a wash before I park this thing. Listen, these headphones are dying, man. Let me get off this phone. I'll holler at you later. Alright, man. Love you too. Later.
There were videos that were helpful that stated you should definitely not take a taxi in Cartagena because you are risking yourself to get robbed. We knew about a rideshare app. I don't remember the name, but we ended up taking out money and exchanging it. When we came out, there was a whole bunch of guys just lined up wanting to know who needs a taxi.
Every country is like that.
And at first I was telling my boyfriend, like, no, let's just use the app. But my phone, I don't have no reception right now. T-Mobile is bugging out. It was just one guy that came up to us and told us, like, hey, I can get you guys to your hotel. When we got in the car, we saw that there was now two. one guy in the driver's seat that wasn't the guy that came up to us, and the other guy that was in the passenger seat. Learn from our experience, never tell them exactly where you're from. I specifically don't tell them that you're from New York. Before we drove off, they quoted us a certain price to get us to our hotel, and we stayed at Dreams Caravana, which is the same hotel that those girls stayed at as well. They drove us to the hotel, so it was pitch black, you couldn't see anything. I know that we drove over like a bridge of some sort to get to the hotel. They ended up telling us, oh no, it's not this price, we meant this price. I just honestly felt very uneasy, so I was just like, okay, we're gonna just have to give them whatever we got. And he runs off to go to the ATM to take out more money. I'm not gonna lie, that probably wasn't even a good decision because I am a girl. They could have drove off with me.
Yeah, sure.
And while I was waiting for him and I was on his phone trying to see if my messages are gonna go through, telling him to hurry up, like I hear the door lock. Like I hear him say something in Spanish and then he locks the door. Thankfully, the people that normally take your bags in and all of that, they are standing there outside just waiting. Okay, we ended up just looking through the rideshare app and we stuck with the one driver that we had the whole way through the trip. And he made sure that we got to our destination safely. Cartagena is such a beautiful place. I do think that it's a great place to go and travel, like as in like to see the land, the beautiful people, the culture itself. But I do feel like it's a very dangerous place to go to. I feel bad that this happened to the girls, and I really hope that they don't let this ruin
I'm so excited, so let's start. A young lad named me, myself, and I set on a quest to restore an old V12 BMW that was rotting for 10 years in a French garden. 2 years and 5 months, or in other words, 8 episodes of meticulous restoring, cleaning, and assembly led to firing up the mighty 12-cylinder power plant for the first time in the last episode. In this chapter, our objective is to button up the suspension and brakes, lower the E31 down on ground, and thus wrap up the mechanical restoration of Project Marseille. We are kicking off with the shocks. This is the very first iteration of electronic damper control, aka EDC shocks by BMW, that appeared on E32, E31, and E34. You get a little switch in the cabin where you can toggle between comfort and sport suspension settings. High tech for the 80s. As it's been a bit of a theme with this project, these shocks are NLA, can't be bought new anymore. But you needn't worry because there's a company in Poland called Nagengast that can completely refurbish them. As you saw, mine are in desperate need of an overhaul, so to Nagengast they went. My expectations were high and they absolutely delivered. You can see the entire process on their channel, but they stripped the shocks completely, replace and reproduce all worn out parts, powder coat the body, and test them after assembly. It's a very thorough and professional process. They repair shocks and steering racks from various brands and models, so check out their website, which you can find down below. Big thank you to Nagengast for their service and for giving me a nice discount and helping out with this project. Freshly zinc-plated plates, fresh hardware, and then we can assemble the shock. Good twist. That's great. And this one is ready to go in. The shock going in, we have the paper gasket on the top. Put this in.
Now I'm gonna start popping up the swing arm and then center the shock mount into the body. Beautiful. It's in. Now I gotta start the nuts. So while doing this, it's also good to check for cracks in the shock mount area, because some of the early cars are known for that, especially if you go with aftermarket shocks that are too hard. You can kind of mangle up that part of the chassis. This one is clean, and I am waiting on some reinforcement plates to come from the US, which we're going to install later. Here, the lower shock bolt. We have a bushing here, so we're just going to go finger tight for now, and then the final torque is done with suspension fully loaded. That's loose now. We're going to plug in the connector. That goes there. And then this box is slightly broken, and it's no longer available brand new, so I'm going to use a zip tie to kind of keep it permanently into place. Excellent. Moving on with the front suspension, we have a brand new original B&W center link, and then the tie rods, they're currently only available from Lemforder. They're NLA from the dealer. And let me show you something really interesting here. It's actually quite sad. Lemforder back in the day used to be OE, made in Germany, fantastic quality parts. Nowadays they move their production all over the place, and it's a hit or miss. This tie rod is made in Malaysia. See there, and you can see that this bag is unopened. So let me open it, and then we are going to remove the boots from the ball joints and see how much grease is in there. This is a tip that came from a friend, and he bought a couple of Lemforder ball joints made in China, and when he removed the boots, there was absolutely no grease in there. I just inspected this one, and there was a minimal amount of grease here. So let's see if this set is any better. So,
introducing our cutting-edge Smart Zoom reading glasses, co-developed by NASA engineers. No
grease here. So let's see if this set is any better. So pop the clip up that holds the boot in place. And the bottom one. So be careful not to damage the boot. So let's pull off the boot. What do we have here? Look at that. Look at that sadness. Do you think that's a sufficient amount of grease for this ball joint to last, let's say, 50,000 kilometers? There's barely anything in there. Look at that. It's just, I can't believe it. Let's remove the other one as well. This one at least has something. This one here barely had something. Alright, let's see this one. So this one here has a bit more grease. In my opinion, that's still not enough. It's something. And this one is pretty much empty. There's just a smidge of grease in there. It's just embarrassing. And there's nothing in the leather boot either. Look, it's damn near empty. I'm gonna put more grease in there and then reinstall the rubber boot. That way these ball joints are going to last at least longer than they would have in the first place. So there's a hot tip, because the quality of brand new parts is absolutely shocking. You gotta double check everything. So remove the boots when you buy parts that are of suspicious quality. Just inspect them and add more grease. Suturing. There you go. Boot back on. For example, Tier W thrust arm bushings that we're going to use later, I removed the boot on them, and they're made in Germany, and they were full of grease. I don't get the point of saving the grease. It's not that expensive. You can use the trick with the zip tie to put the clip back into place. Just run it around essentially. Now at least we know that there's enough grease here. Maybe these ball joints last longer. There are no other parts we can use here, so it is what it is. So the center link going in. You gotta pay attention how you install this. There is a direction of orientation. I just spent 13 hours removing stupid stickers. Bolt. Okay, torque spec for the center link is 37 millimeters. The tie rod, and now the most important part for the front suspension is to adjust the pitman arm correctly. So on this side you have the idler arm, which is in fixed position, it cannot be adjusted. And here we have the pitman arm that slides on the steering box shaft here, so you can move it up and down, the bolt loose. And what we need to do here is to make sure that the pitman arm is the same height as the idler arm. And if you get that wrong, if the pitman arm is too high or too low, it's going to affect the front suspension alignment and front suspension behavior. It's going to be very jumpy in the front end. If you get this wrong, you can't align it properly either, so this needs to be absolutely perfect in order to get really nice suspension in the front. So to adjust the pitman arm height, we need to use a special tool. Let me show you. It's a special tool that we're going to use to adjust the height of the pitman arm. That's the part number. I bought this from the dealer and it wasn't that expensive, 100 to 150 euro. So the very first thing that we need to do is make sure that the steering box is right smack dab in the center. See the two marks are aligned, the cat and the steering box. So this is where the control arm bushing bolts to the subframe. You have two holes here. If you have that installed, now is the time to remove it, because this is a tool, this end here unscrews, and then this goes through the hole for the control arm bushing and screws into place like that. Make sure that's nice and tight. And then on the other end, you have this pin, it's mandrel here, and what you want to do is center this in the middle of the ball joint. So push it all the way in, make sure it's straight, and then you can lock it into place. And now essentially the entire tool is locked. We can remove it and copy the height of this ball joint on the other side, and that way we're going to assure the pitman arm is at the same height as the idler arm. It's quite simple yet very effective. You can see here that the pin, the mandrel, I pushed it all the way inside of the ball joint, and it's actually touching the bottom of the shaft of the ball joint, and it's locked into place. And now we're going to remove the tool and copy its position on the other side. So this end is firmly locked into place. Screw it here and remove it. So on this end, you can see that I can move the pitman arm up and down like this. So what we're going to do now is push it all the way down, put the tool in, and then pin inside of the ball joint, and then screw it into place. Now that it's nice and tight in place, you can set the pitman arm to the correct height. So this is all the way down, start pushing it up, it's going to hit the pin here, and it's going to stay in the exact same position as the idler arm on the other side. So that's the whole idea, and how to make sure you have an alignment of the pitman arm. And now we can tighten the pitman arm bolt to torque spec 7. That's it. That's how you adjust the pitman arm. If this car had a steering rack, this would have been much easier. With a steering box, you really have to pay attention to this stuff. Then we have this little heat shield that goes over the steering box. The heat shield bolts to the steering box. Let's see. Pop this into place. Let's see. There it is. We are through. And that's the heat shield in place. Have to assemble the front struts, and this coil, the spring, is the biggest spring I've seen in my life on a car. It's over 41 centimeters long. It's massive, which means we need a properly strong spring compressor. So enter the one from Hazard. It is beautiful. I love it. So, first step is to compress the spring. So with this compressor we can use an input gun. Compressing this spring, it's like playing with a nuclear bomb. So let's do that. And you gotta compress it a lot to get it to fit on the strut. I hate this. I hate standing close to this. Got all brand new hardware here, original BMW parts. First step is to slip over the dust boot over this clip here. That way the dust will not enter this area of the shock and potentially ruin the seal. That is very important. So a bit of silicone spray and then just slide it over. So that's clipped into place properly. Next, the bump stop, like so. Then we have this cup, zinc plated of course, and the lower spring pad. The end of the spring sits all the way in the end of the spring perch, unlike the later Zach shocks. Then we have upper mount and spring pad. And then random sugar nut and a cup. So let's start this dangerous process. To keep the spring pad from moving about, I'm going to use zip ties, so position correctly.
These 100% grass-fed beef sticks from Paleo Valley are 30 sticks for just 36 bucks right now. Before you go and buy them, here are 5 reasons I replaced processed snacks with these. Number 1, the ingredients. There's 100% grass-fed beef from American Family Farms and organic spices, which makes these sticks incredibly flavorful while keeping things clean. Number 2, they're naturally fermented, which creates the great flavor, but without the preservatives like encapsulated lactic or citric acid found in all the other meat sticks. Number 3, they're perfect for when you're trying to cut back on processed carb-heavy snacks, but still want something satisfying and delicious. Number 4, they're super convenient. I keep them in my bag, the pantry, my desk drawer, and I send them off to school with my kiddo. They're a great protein-rich snack that won't hinder my health goals. And number 5, they're from Paleo Valley, which means everything is well-sourced, 100% grass-fed, grain-free, gluten-free, soy-free, 0 grams of refined sugar, and absolutely no seed oils. Like I said, they're 30 sticks for 36 bucks right now, so go and check them out.
Need to compress the spring even more. Oof. That feels wrong. Really, really wrong. I'm wearing eye protection as if that's going to save me. This thing pops. Yeah, I'm still far off. And now, tighten the sugar nut. Alright, give it a good twist. That'll do. Now position the end of the spring, and then we can disarm the nuke. Yeah, if you're dealing with these springs, I do recommend you have a good spring compressor, because this is very, very dangerous. And that's the spring installed. Sorry about the noise, but the airplanes are flying over every 30 seconds today. Powder content. Brake shield and zinc plate nuts, on which we need to apply a bit of blue thread locker. Ooh, I want to show you a new party trick, because it's kind of difficult to start this bolt by hand. Look at this. I have little socket magnets from Hazard that go to the socket. Imagine that. And with that, I can put my bolt in there and it's going to stay in the socket. How neat is that? Here. And then once I'm done, I'll just push it out and put it back in the toolbox. Brilliant. And look at the variety. All the way up to 19. All magnets for the sockets. Love it. Love tools like this. We don't need to talk this to speculation, but what the hell? Let's do it. And now a bit of thin control of the nuts. So this stay good looking. Next we have this dust cap for wheel bearing. Goes behind the wheel.
Hello. Hey, sorry. How are you doing? I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. I thought I'm gonna be back there on Saturday. I told you I was gonna be back on Saturday for Sunday and Monday. There was no way for me to get there earlier
Well, like right now, I'm gonna be in Maine tonight, and then Thursday I'll be in New Jersey in the morning, and then after that delivery, I'm headed over to Allentown. But I'm pretty sure you got off. You got off on Thursday. But are you back to work on Monday? Yeah, I'll just have to keep you posted. I mean, is there anyone else I can give it to, or it has to be you? Yeah. Yeah, I gotta show up. Yeah, but I'll know ahead of time what court's gonna be. If everything's covered for work, I'll be all right. Yeah, no problem. So much, thank you. All right. Carl, what happened? Radio check 1-2, breaker 1-9. It's a 10-4, good buddy. What's going on with you?
Bearings, so this goes in first, and then the wheel bearings need to knock it into place. two different flavors. Wheel bearings, we call them asymmetric and symmetric. And what that determines is the position of the mounting screw for the brake disc. So if it's offset, you have asymmetric, and if it's like in the middle, then you have symmetric. My car uses asymmetric ones, and thankfully this is still available from BMW. It's brand new.
That's a big
Aftermarket,
10-4.
it's only available from Bailey, I think. And I'd rather eat my slippers than use Bailey parts in this car. So brand new, original SKF wheel bearing. So now we need to knock it into place. Be careful here though, so you gotta knock on this surface here, otherwise you're gonna mess up the ball bearings inside. And you have this sleeve holding the two pieces together. It looks like this.
Got stuck in the branch that was growing on and on the plant, but still perfectly edible, just not visually as aesthetic as what we consider perfect produce.
It's misshapen. That's not allowed to go into a box to go to a retail market. There's a lot of food that gets wasted because it doesn't have this perfect appearance. But inevitably, you're going to have produce that doesn't meet that standard. We call those number twos.
This is another example of a number two. Two grew into one, absolutely edible and tasty and delicious.
And so by working with someone like Misfits, we have this beautiful, healthy, organic produce that's absolutely edible that we can package and sell to you guys.
On farms, fruits and vegetables get tossed for so many different reasons. When they have a funny shape, they're too big or too small, or even when they have just too many cells. And it's mostly because traditional grocery stores don't want to buy these products. They only want the best looking stuff. And it's not just fresh produce. It's the parts of the salmon that just aren't as popular. It's cookies when they get new branding or new packaging. It's pasta noodles when they get packaged in the wrong box. At this food's market, we buy all that perfectly good food. And we pass on savings to our customers. We've rescued nearly 200 million pounds of high quality food, and we're just getting started. Go to misfitsmarket.com to start saving money by saving food.
Find a suitable cup, start banging on the inner rates. This should go in relatively easily, so gentle dabs. You don't have to bang it in all the way in, because enough comes on top here and that will seat it all the way in properly. Brand new big sugar nut. And we'll torque this once it's on the car. The wheel speed sensation. This is the old one that I cleaned up. It's in good working order. The brand new one is extremely expensive. So as long as this one works, you're gonna run it. The brand new screw. What the hell? 10 millimeters. Yeah, this part of wiring here have to be repaired slightly. We have the clip here. That. Then this one goes through there. So, and this one goes through here. Great. Then we have this rubber boot, which I cleaned up. This thing is just so beautifully engineered. Many, many years ago. No cost cutting. Then we have two clips here. This one down one. That clips into place like that. And that's the very first EDC strut from BMW assembled and ready to be installed. First we're going to do this suspension cross member, powder coated, and this is powder coated. I mean, you know the drill. Everything is brand new or better than brand new. That's how we roll here. So this goes like so. suspension cross-member bolt, 127 millimeters. The support bracket to body, 59 millimeters. And it goes. That was tricky.
For cars new, and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works, or
Woo. That's Alright, process up to spec a bit later. Let's first connect everything underneath. Next up, brand new original lower control arms. These are only available for BMW, that is if you want good quality parts. And then the thrust arms, I got the old stock TRW/Lamporter that's made in Germany, so these are OE parts. Then we have the so-called quick arms. These replace the stock arms to which the control arms and tie rods bolt. They've been redesigned and produced by an E31 owner, Brian, to, as the name suggests, offer quicker steering. Slow steering is the Achilles heel of the 850i, and BMW actually used the steering box with a different ratio on the 850 CSI to address that. These arms are inexpensive in comparison, easy to install, and give an even better steering feel than CSI. It's a proper OEM Plus upgrade. The info is in the description. Thanks for making these, Brian. Now, before we bolt up the quick arms to the struts, first install the lower control arm ball joints. Otherwise, if you install this to the strut now, then you'll be able to access this nut here to do up this ball joint. Ask me how I know. So this goes in there. You gotta start the nut. And because this is an old style control arm, it doesn't have a hex or torques to hold the ball joint in place. So you're gonna move over the device over there and do up and torque this nut to spec. Tricky bit here is not to scratch anything, but essentially we need to press in the ball joint and stop it from spinning. So like that. And now we can start doing up the nut. Alright, that'll do. Now I need to torque the specs, I need to flip it around. Let's see how to do it. Nice. Quick arms going in, and be careful here, everything is side specific. So we're gonna line up the notch there. So start the bolt with the thread locker applied. See what I mean? Now there's no way you can get to that nut and torque it. Now one bolt is going to be different because I either misplaced two of them or zinc plating placed it. So I have to buy two brand new ones. So each side is going to have one bolt that's different. Alright, torque this to spec a bit later. First we gotta connect the rest of the suspension. Now I can connect the lower control arm, but because this is powder coated, it's very tricky to do it. There it is. So we have a bolt, a washer, and another washer, and then connect tie rod. Thrust arm going in. Zinc plated bolt with the washer. Alright, this is a rubber bushing, so we need to torque this with a suspension fully loaded. The rest of it is ball joints and bolts, so let's torque that to spec now. Lower control arm, we have the ball joint here, which means we can torque it to spec now. And spec is 77.5 millimeters. Now my torque wrench can do half a millimeter, so I'm going to do 78 instead. I just hope that BMW will forgive me and that this ball joint will pop out suddenly while I'm driving it. You know, I mean, that half a millimeter can make a big difference. How did you even come up with that shit? 77.5 millimeters. Right. Great progress. Now I gotta cut the base on the other side. And that's this side as well. Now you can torque the giant wheel bearing Sugarnet. Torque speculation is 290 millimeters. Are you ready? Easy. Bend the tab. Great. So gotta make sure the wheel bearing spins freely. Finally the cap. Done. Now we can route the EDC and brake pad where sensor wiring. Like so. Can use one zip right there because this plastic is a little bit broken. There are no replacement parts. And now we can connect them up here. Wires get fixed up. Fantastic. The strut mount, 24 Newton meters. And lastly, brand new caps. There it is. Next up, a powder-coated sway bar, bushings, and links. Can use a bit of surface brake, it's not gonna hurt it.
My arm has begun to develop dragon scales, and I feel really powerful. My bullies are now afraid of me.
And the repair manual says to torque the sway bar bushing with suspension loaded. I don't think it makes a lot of difference because the sway bar, you know, moves anyway. But we'll follow what the repair manual says in that way. Finger tighten now and then torque it up so the counter focus lift. Sway bar link. So we have a washer on top here, and then the nut on the other side. And then here just the nut. Beautiful. Oh, loving that. I would torque my life to spec if I could. I'm thoroughly enjoying restoring this car. Loving every step of it. It's been enormous fun. But with that said, that's the suspension done. Can you believe it? Do you even remember what this thing looked like when I took it apart? We spent over 10 years in the car. It looked terrible. And look at it now. It's mint. It's brand new. I love it. I love it so much. I almost don't want to use this car now. Maybe just leave it on the lift here, between here and then, and just keep looking at this majestic sight. Before I reinstall all of the plastic covers, I'm gonna bomb the entire area of Digitrol transparent protection, just to make sure all these nuts and bolts and, you know, all the nice shiny things stay shiny. We have an air duct here that goes like that. So some of this trim is available brand new, so whatever I could get brand new, I did, like this piece here, which goes like that. And of course, brand new screws. So first, to line it up with the bottom. There it is. Brand new wheel liner. We have a cover here, another brand new part. Yeah, and actually all of this will be coming off when the car goes for paint, but for the first drive we need all of these covers. I'm gonna do the same thing in the rear, and then we can finally do the brakes. As we up the engine power, we got up the braking power too. I scooped up a set of very sought after old school 84-pot calipers of a late Eurospec E32-750i. They are very similar, if not the same as 850 CSI calipers, and an upgrade over stock single piston 850i calipers. They are a direct plug and play with stock discs. Let's see if the pistons are frozen. Those are good. Good as well. Need to plug that and then just gonna go for sandblasting. That's the caliper sandblasted. Now I'm going to take them apart completely, degrease them, and prep them for paint.
You've seen me rebuild calipers numerous times. The drill is as follows. Strip down the caliper completely, pop out the pistons.
Careful with that, and woo, that brake fluid is nasty. That's why we were building the calipers. Seal out. These calipers, pistons look shape. There it is. The boards inside are in condition, which is important. Okay, time to degrease the calipers. We have nitro here, greaser. Gonna dip the caliper in. Let it sit for a minute, and then clean it thoroughly, blow it over capacitor, repeat, more brake cleaner, let it dry, and then get it ready to paint. That's the calipers degreased and prepped for paint. From the factory, back in the day, these calipers would have been yellow zinc plated, so the finish would look like this. Now I don't want to zinc plate them because that's just not going to last. The brake dust is going to keep them alive, and within a year this is going to look like crap. So we're going to paint them. The closest color that I can get to this finish is bronze metallic from Foliatec. This is a 2-component spray, so we're gonna spritz them up in this color, and I think it should look bang on because we have the Calypso Red E31 with French yellow headlights and then bronze calipers. Should look pretty good. So let's head over to the paint booth and start the paint process. Welcome back to the paint booth. As you can see, I fixed the fuse. We're good to go. Look at that technology. And here's the final result. It looks great. I like the color. I thought it would be a bit brighter, but it actually works quite well because it's not going to stick out. You know, it's going to look subtle, which is what I want. The calipers are well dry because on the video it's been probably about a second. In real life it's been and I've been to Florida and back and done quite a lot of stuff in the meantime. Anyway, let's assemble the calipers. I'm removing the masking tape and plugs to blow out the caliper with compressed air once again. The software I have zinc plated and then got all brand new parts which are a mix of what's available. So original, OE, ATE, and out-of-friend parts. First, popping the seals. These calipers have smaller and larger pistons on each side, and therefore the seals are different as well. Here you gotta make sure the seal is installed correctly, not bound up or twisted. Next, slide the dust boot over the piston and pull the boot down to make sure it sits correctly in the piston groove.
At Firestone Complete Auto Care, we believe that if you can't back the work, you shouldn't be doing it. That's why our brake and alignment services are backed with a 12.
I'm using ATE brake assembly grease and applying it to the seals and pistons. This will allow the piston to slide in easily. And gently press down on the boot to get it to clip into place. Brand new hard line, which is still available from B&W. Zinc plated bleed screws. And a cap. And that's the front caliper done. Same deal with the rear ones, except here the boot clip. side, so you have to slide the rubber over the piston and position it towards the bottom of it where it's slightly overhanging. Then first clip the boot into the caliper, and then as you push the piston in, the boot will clip itself into the piston groove. Simple and easy way to do it. Popping the guide pin bushings helps to use a bit of silicone spray here. The guide pins per B&W repair manual, I'm installing them with free grease attract studs, so B&W doesn't want you to use any, but I've done it both ways, and both ways work just fine, so go with your preference. And that's caliper rebuild done. And here's everything ready to go, and I gotta say, I'm really growing to like this bronze paint. Calipers turned out mint. Also got some stainless steel braided lines that have OE looking outer protection, and then stock pads and brake discs. Clean up. Hub paste only on the lip. The brand new screw. Caliper. And inflated bolts, as you do. Lube up the pads. Sliding surface here. And then pop the pins into place. Brake pad wear sensor. Connects here. Yeah, there's a little clip here. Clip. Keep it in place. The brake line. Beautiful. That's crazy. I know I'm blocking the camera, but what you gonna do? I gotta see before you can see. Does that make sense? A clean, flat wrench. Give it a nice, good twist. Beautiful. Now that looks hot. Indeed. I like it. I like it a lot. Great choice for the brakes. Period correct. Next up, the parking brake sneakers and related software. First, we're gonna hook up the expanding block to the cable. So pull out the cable a little bit. And then you have this pin. Kind of holds it in place. And then this goes like that. Then the shoe. Line it up there. The other side. It's the second one installed. Pop in the cog. Good. And now the springs. The thicker spring goes on the bottom. So line up that and then hook one end and use a screwdriver to get it into place. Look at that. Make sure that this lock is properly installed in the bottom. And then same deal in here. Hook up one end. And that's the parking brake shoes installed. The disc. Now I'm going to go in the cabin and tighten the parking brake cable, and then we can start adjusting the parking brake shoes. Okay, I pulled the handbrake by 2 clicks, and now we need to spread the shoes to the point where we can feel some resistance when we turn the disc. Yep, some resistance. And now when we pull it to the third click, we should be able to turn it. Nope. Alright, after jumping around like a billy goat, here's what we have. Parking brake released. No resistance. Then we do 2 clicks. 1, too. There should be some drag, some distance. And then when we engage the third click, we should be able to move it, or at least very difficult, yeah. So that's parking brake shoes adjusted correctly. But what I like to do is, since everything's brand new, after 200 kilometers, I'm gonna come back in and just recheck that everything's still good. But for now, that's dandy. Liquid moly brake paste. I cleaned up the sliding surfaces of the caliper bracket. Gonna put a bit of paste there. And the other one is not accessible to the torque wrench, so bring out the electric torque wrench and then torque it to spec. Beautiful. Lube up the pads. These have a soft anti-squeal backing up the back, so you don't need to apply any paste there, just on the sliding edges. Up it into the caliper. And this one will go by hand. Fit the torque wrench in here. Get the gas. Now let's do the brake line over here. Perfect. I ran out of yellow zinc-plated ones. Neutral, especially on the bolt there. Nut. And out of the clip. And that's 3 brakes. Got it. Time to bleed the brakes. And for that, I'm using a pressure bleeder and dot 4 brake fluid from Liquid Moly. .348 psi of pressure. Now I'm gonna check the leaks, and then we're gonna start each quarter, and then we need to bleed the clutch line as well. This car does have an ABS system and therefore an ABS pump, but no special tools are needed to bleed the system. Besides using the power bleeder, I am also pressing on the brake pedal around 8 to 10 times on each quarter. This helps bleed the system properly and thoroughly. Fantastic. Mutsy's back! The cutest little dog in the world. Yes. How you doing, Mutsy? It's been a while, huh? Haven't seen her in 4 months. I think Mutsy wants chicken. Isn't that so, Mutsy? Okay. Easy. Chicken, Mutsy. Mutsy chicken? Good with it? No? Just snacks now. But he loves to sit in my lap. No more chicken. No mas. Okay, so playtime is over. Playtime is over. And lastly, we gotta bleed the clutch line, which isn't that easy. You know. There we go. It's flowing. So I'm gonna continue doing this. Then I gotta climb up top, pump the clutch couple a few times, crack up the wood screw, and rinse and repeat until we have a nice firm clutch pedal. Oh yes! We're gonna have a beautiful clutch. That's good, Mitzi. Clutch line bleeding completed. The torculation for our output shaft nut is 300 Newton meters. I engaged parking brake, and I've also engaged brakes. Now let's see if that'll be enough to stop the pump from spinning, but I also need to put 2 wheel bolts there, otherwise it's just a tiny bolt holding the brake disc in place, and that ain't good. Okay, let's see. Give it everything. Beautiful. And rarity. These are original Alpina E31 wheels, 17-inch, genuine for the E31 from the factory from Alpina. Uber rare, and I spent a lot of time looking for them, and then subsequently I spent a lot of money to buy them. They arrived poorly repainted, so I had to refurb again back to original Alpina color, and they look beautiful. And then our good friends from Michelin provided this brilliant rubber Pilot Sport 4, and then it's, you know, it's not only going to look good now, it's going to ride splendidly as well. I was considering CSI wheels, you know, the throwing stars, but in my opinion they only work if the rest of the car has the CSI kit, and I'm not so sure that that's what this car will have. And if you remember the abandoned dealership video that I did in Tarragona, there was a green E31 with Alpina wheels, and when I saw that in person I was sold, and I said to myself, Project Marseille has to have that, it looks so damn good. So here we are. Big thank you to Michelin for providing these fantastic tires. I mean, I only want what's best for my cars, and when it comes to tires, Michelin is a great job. Alright, let's protect them, put them on the car. Oh, you forgot to put our ceramic coating for the rims, so we are going to use GN packs instead. First, wrap the surface, and then wax away, my friend. Yeah. So satisfying. Let it sit for around 30 minutes and then buff it out. Lastly, Q-tire dressing from Gian, and I like to buff it out to a matte finish. Gotta protect the precious caliber. Now I did successfully forget to buy brand new wheel bolts, but don't worry, Coco, I lowered your son. Does the wheel clear the caliper? It sure does, good sir. Pull out the carbon fiber towel. There you go. Unscratched calipers. Isn't that perfect, Vince? That's a huge moment, actually. Putting the wheels back on the car. Did I tell you that I'm excited? Now tell me that wasn't a perfect color choice for the calipers. It looks fantastic up against the red and beautiful silver Alpina wheels. Man, that looks good. I know, let's say it does look good. May have had a beer or 5. Cheers, my friend. Cheers. Definitely. I may have had a mouth moment. Alright, time to lower Project Marseille onto its 4 wheels. feels so good. It's been on this lift for 2 years.
Yep, it's now worthy of having a beer before, underneath, and just admiring the view. I am glowing and enjoying how beautiful this machine turned out. This really is a huge milestone with this project. In the next episode, we are going to torque all suspension and go for a drive. It'll be the first drive in 14 years for Project Marseille, and that's going to be very special. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers!
Worst headache. Well, are you hydrated? That's what I carry this thing around for. Is there just water in there? No, it's straight vodka. Yes, it's water. But no electrolytes? Are there electrolytes in water? In trace amounts, yeah, and water is essential for dissolving electrolytes, but plain water alone isn't an adequate source of electrolytes. Could you stop talking to me about electrolytes? I said I have a headache. Well, electrolytes like magnesium, sodium, and potassium are actually essential for proper hydration, and dehydration is a really common cause of headaches. Do you get them often? A couple times a week? You should... This one's so good here. Did you enjoy it?
I loved it. So the question. I can't be the only person to hear a leg crack in like 8 different places. I couldn't be the only person that heard it. No, not at all.
Man, it's lunchtime and I'm starved right over. Oh, man, why does my lunch look like it's 32 and ready to settle down? Oh, man. I love that, babe.
Seemed like that bull guy is a single mom of 2 kids as well. What them little to-go boxes at, huh?
Hey. Why you didn't come on last night?
What do you mean?
What
you mean? I didn't come on?
Stayed out all night. Why you didn't come on?
What you mean?
You laughing. What's funny?
I'm confused. We don't live together.
I'm confused too. Why you didn't come home last night? That's all I'm asking.
Because I was out.
So you gonna come home tonight? 2 nights in a row ain't gonna work for me.
Oh my goodness.
I'm done. If you don't come home tonight, I'm done.
Oh wow. Yeah. I didn't know we had a house together. Maybe I'm in another world.
Right. Right. I'm trying to figure this out. This ain't making sense. What's her name? Unless you got a twin.
Kiera.
Yeah, Kiera. Why you weren't there last night? Make sure you still got my number, because I think I don't know what you're doing right now. This is crazy. Look, you follow me and everything. I can hear you trying to act like I don't know what's going on. Why you didn't come home last night?
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Hey. How you doing?
So are you coming home tonight?
Maybe.
I'm not even gonna hold you, man. This energy, charisma, the vibe they had going on, there was no way in hell this man wasn't gonna walk away without getting some sort of contact information, man. That was beautiful. Take notes, guys. having to climb down. You're playing a dangerous game. You're risking your life for some tacos, bro. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it.
And y'all wonder why y'all saying that y'all eating all them crabs and them shrimps. Y'all need to sit off sometimes. Stop eating all them damn seafood balls and get y'all some fruit. Say what I said.
On the contrary, I might think that she is crazy and just tripping, rage baiting for a clip, but yes, consuming seafood can sometimes cause a fishy odor, particularly in the vaginal area. It's usually due. It's not common, all right, but it's usually due to a condition of a word that I cannot pronounce. I'm gonna try to go ahead and pronounce this bad boy, but I'm probably gonna botch it. Trimethylamine. Yeah, let's just go ahead and just leave that right there on the screen for you guys. It's not simply just from seafood itself. This condition involves a metabolic problem where the body can't properly process a compound called, that stuff. That's naturally found in seafood. So guys, if your girl likes them seafood boils, and you smell a little something, man, you might want to go get a check down there, dog. Just go ahead and put that out there. You might want to go ahead and share this little clip to someone and tag them on the timeline.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't know about y'all, but me, I need a girl with no social media, no phone for me, no likes, no family, like, just me. Word, like.
How likely this is going? At this point in day and age, man, I got to be concerned with finding someone without social media. Like, it might be a flag. Some people think it's a good thing. Some people think it's a bad thing. Like, what you running from? How are you just not so in touch with reality? You get what I'm saying? Are you that far to yourself? Are you just that to yourself? Are you capable of loving and being being with a person that is with social media? So, like, if you're dating someone that doesn't have social media, how is that going to clash with you, who pretty much is a social fly at that point? Will it cause some issues? Guys, if you ever dated someone that didn't have it, you have some issues, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. Let me know what you got.
This man with that ass do his big one. Sit here while he see me stressed out on the bed, laid out, can't move, can't do nothing. They gonna say round two. Who?
Boring. You cannot deny this man the promises that you made over dinner. No, not at all. You made this man a promise. You're gonna have to back up your words, young lady.
Hey girl, so today I got exposed on Facebook. I'm with my cousin. And I'm about to pull a Chicago hottie. We in the mall right now. About to get some t-shirts and I'm gonna put my feet on a shirt. Let me separate.
You can't post it yet. What? I'll let them name my side turn for real. Hello. It's on.
Yes, yes. I also feel like that. Cause I'm like this.
But he ain't got his big off so good as I could with that little team. He done stuck, niggas spin again. He said he ain't in the trickin', break him dead. That little, he ain't born, bitch, break his side.
It's on one. Yes,
Now, I don't know about y'all. I can't even be mad. I'm gonna tell you what I really think. I'm not mad at the fact that she just took a bad thing, turned it into a good thing, and made some money for him. But this is kind of borderline OF status. Put yourself out there on the internet. But it seems like your friend group already they know who you are, what type of person you really are. So they don't seem bothered by it. So at this point, they're not bothered by it. You're not bothered by it. At this point, you just turned someone trying to do you harm into a good thing, and you made some money off of it. That's the part where I can't be mad at, but just be careful putting yourself out there like that, man. Dang, that's crazy. Dude thought he was gonna really pull a fast one on her, right? Got it!
I quit my job because I can't take care of my basic needs and work 40 hours a week at the same time.
It's really hard to say this out loud and put it online, but I know that I'm not the only person going through this. I've almost been fired from every job that I've ever had, and it's not because I'm not smart. I actually tend to overperform in the beginning. It's just that after some time, I inevitably burn out once I wake up one day and realize that I haven't taken a shower in like 3 weeks.
Wow. Introducing our cutting-edge Smart Zoom reading glasses, co-developed by NASA engineers.
Something is wrong with you.
These glasses.
Hey, watch your fucking twat.
It's really frustrating because I know that I'm an intelligent person and I've been able to accomplish a lot of really amazing things in my life, but I still can't manage to take care of myself. And it's not just a matter of not trying hard enough or not being disciplined. If I could take care of my basic needs and work full time, I would have done that by now and then some. It's a form of self-sabotage to honestly be putting so much energy into these executive.
It's only a 40-hour work week. What are you talking about?
Several hundred people throughout my career. Right now, about 100 employees, man. This does not make any sense. Either you just signed up for something that you really didn't do, or you're just incapable of being coached or doing with the things that employer wants you to do. If you don't have time to take a shower on a 40-hour work week, man, that's your issue.
That's not a 40-hour.
That is your issue. You probably have your problem. What are you doing else with the other 50+ hours that you have in a week?
Facts.
Like, let's just keep it real. All right, you're sleeping for some of them, I get it, but like, dude, out of a day, you can't spend 10 minutes in the shower. I'm yet to believe that is I'll call cap. But this is what my tax dollars and your tax dollars can go to, because she's probably going to file unemployment for something, for being lazy.
Okay, story time. So why did I go to the bar the other day? And I was by myself or whatever. I'm sitting there at the bar taking shots, vibing. It was playing good ass music. And I'm just sitting there. A dude come out of nowhere and he was like, "What's good, ma?" So I look at him, side eye, like, "What's up?" And I'm just sitting there. He was like, "Damn, can I sit down with you?" I'm like, "This is a free place. You can sit wherever you want to sit." So I'm still on my phone, not paying him no attention. He started telling me, I'm one of the biggest drug dealers in this motherfucking city. Oh, wow. And then I asked, I didn't ask you that. So I'm like, okay, that's what's up, make sure you don't get caught. He was like, baby, I can take care of you in real life. Oh, what, you was gonna do it for fake? The fuck? And he was like, yeah, he was like, so let me, like, what you doing after this? Let's link up and, hang out. Oh, you trying. So I'm thinking in the back of my head, he on a straight bullshit. So I'm like, okay, I'm not interested. I'm good. I got a lot going on right now. I'm good. I'm just sitting here chilling. I greatly appreciate it if you leave me alone. So, because I don't like when a dude come up to me and tell me what they got or what they do. Definitely when it's some illegal ass shit. Like, that's red flag number one. That's a straight motherfucking turn off. Then this nigga talking about he the biggest drug dealer in the city. Is some people looking for you? The fans looking for you, anybody looking for you, that's serious. That ain't no motherfucking turn on. So then he proceeded, after I told him I wasn't interested, he proceeded to keep on talking. So I'm like, okay, at this point I'm just ignoring him. He was like, yeah, baby, because I got millions in my bank account. Okay, let me see. You got your shit on your phone? Let me see. He gonna say, I really don't like to show off my money. Then what the fuck are you talking about it for then? And so I'm like, okay, well, since you don't want to show me, I think this conversation is done, because you approached me talking about all the money you got, how you can take care of me. But now that I'm asking to see the motherfucking money, all of a sudden you got amnesia. You don't speak that motherfucking lingo, do you? Don't come up to me telling me what the fuck you got and don't think that I'm going to ask you to see it. Do you still got the money or not? I don't give a fuck. You used to be.
Man, look, it's really not you. It's really not you. It's him. I'm going to tell you why. Because he's probably used that line over and over and over again, and he's probably been super successful. Like, real talk, he's probably been super successful. All right, he's probably been getting boxes, and there's probably females out there that just give it up to him, just cut it, bro. And for some reason, he profiles you as one of them, so you just have to go with it. But look, you're not the type. He misread you.
如图画作一般媒介。
to you. One day you're sitting on the couch smoking the good stuff and you watch some anime. Then all of a sudden your mind just starts asking the big questions. Like, why fat bitches so fat? Didn't anyone tell them to stop eating? Like, you've had enough. Now, what the treadmill is shame. For at least an hour. God damn. But nah, one day I'm watching My Hero Academia, and this scene with Miracle shows up, and bro, I swear to you, every man existent that saw this scene was like,
You're dead and very done.
and Brick. Hello! And that's when the big one hit me. Because it's very obvious that there are a lot of pros to smashing a bunny woman, but what are the cons? If any. And I mean, let's be real, I could give you 100 cons to why you probably shouldn't smash a bunny girl. If she looks like this, no one's gonna give a damn. Hell, I know I wouldn't. But I figured I at least want to know what the cons may be, just for fun. So after I stopped thirsting for this black queen, I searched the deepest, darkest parts of the internet. And yes, that includes Rule 34. I left no files unsearched, no videos unwatched. I was on a mission. This was not about horniness. I wanted answers. Now before I tell you what I found, let me just say I'm not an expert in mythology at all. So take what I say with a grain of salt. And if you have your own opinions about what you might think about this topic, let me know in the comments. If you want to just reply smash or wood or I can fix her, that's welcome too. Trust me, I understand. No one's weird for liking bunny woman, you just have good taste. Now believe it or not, I almost cannot find any cons to why you should not smash a bunny woman at all. Like this type of woman is just damn near perfect. But then again, of course it is, it's a matter of fiction. I searched so much, I ended up finding the lore behind why bunny women are in anime and media in the first place. Now I'm not sure this goddess was a bunny woman per se, but she has stuff to do with bunnies and the moon, so take that with a grain of salt, because I don't really know all the information. What I do know is, in Chinese mythology, there was apparently a goddess, and I can't pronounce his name very well, so you have to excuse me. Hinjay, not really sure what it's called, so you have to just correct me in the comments if you want to. She was the goddess of the moon. She was known for her beauty and also ascended to the moon once she achieved immortality. Now apparently what she brought to the moon with her was her pet YouTube, or the moon rabbit, and they lived in the moon palace. Now as far as her character goes, I couldn't find anything bad about her character at all. She was very loyal to her husband, which was a great archer. She definitely wasn't evil, and the only other thing I could find out about it is that she was pretty hot. She was such a great wife to the archer that when she became immortal, he eventually committed suicide because he couldn't live her for eternity. I mean, it may have something to do with honor too, but I mean, if your hot wife goes up to the moon and becomes immortal for all eternity, and you stay in a human for all eternity, you can't go and see her ever again. Yeah, I can say that is damn. That look, he kinda sucks. Earl lost Rabbit Moon God's Poom Poom and immediately said peace, I'm out. Tragic. Now there's some more lore that has something to do with rabbits, and it involves a goddess called Istore. She's a Norse goddess. And yes, I know, I probably butchered that name. Now that Norse goddess was a goddess of dawn, spring, fertility, and rebirth. Giggity. She also seems to be associated with the holiday Easter. In her lore, she saved the bird from the winter cold, but the bird's wings were already frozen so that he couldn't fly away. So to save it, she turned it into a rabbit. Which I don't know why she would do that. I mean, she's a goddess. You would think she would have other revenues to, like, save the bird's wings. But, you know, rabbit woman, what do you expect? They're not known for being very smart, just known for being very pretty. So anyway, that's apparently how she created the Easter Bunny. Again, I couldn't find anything relatively evil about this goddess, or even bad, really. I mean, she saves bunnies, and she's basically the Aphrodite of Norse mythology. You literally can't get any better than that. Now, at this point in my search, I was getting frustrated. There had to be some cons in the smashing a bunny woman. At least one. So again, I kept searching, and I'm not gonna lie, I found some good shit. I found out that a bunny girl or a bunny woman is just a cute human-rabbit hybrid. And obviously that means they're half human, half rabbit. Or is it obvious? Because since a regular bunny and a bunny woman have similar qualities, I should be trying to look for the cons in the bunny. It's genius! Sheer genius! Obviously bunnies must have some cons in terms of character, right? Upon further inspection, I came up with 3 cons that make someone not want to smash a bunny girl. At least, I think. Hell, I'm still here. Number 1, hair. Now, they're not all depicted this way, at least not in the anime. But there are multiple anime, like One Piece, where the bunny girl is either completely covered in the hair or partially covered in the hair. And I'm gonna be honest, most people do not find hair on the woman's legs attractive, so hair all over the body? Oh, not the best look. But, hair can be removed. So I mean, not the worst con in the world. Number 2, leg strength. Now personally, I'm a believer that big thighs save lives, but a normal rabbit can jump at least 4 feet in the air. Now, as we've seen many times in anime, a rabbit woman's legs are really strong. Strong enough to do stuff like this. mean, goddamn. These are not good cons. To be honest, I know people that will pay money to be in that kind of position. I mean, look, it's your life. And honestly, that's a great way to die. So can't blame me. Not one bit.
You say that if I won't tap out, you'll suffocate me. But you don't understand. To die by thigh is the way of a warrior.
Still worth it. Number 3, sex drive. Now, from what I looked up, a normal rabbit can breed up to 7 times in a year, and the female rabbits are induced ovulators, meaning they can become pregnant again within minutes to give birth. A female rabbit can have as many as 12 babies in a day, and I mean, goddamn, that's insane. But also, you can 100% be sure she's a freak. To that, I say, good sir, giggity. I just hope you can afford 12 kids in this economy. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you could just pull out or wrap it up, right? Yeah, condoms don't always work, and that leg lock's gonna have you trapped inside. Remember, super strong legs. As soon as she leg locks, you're not getting away. So you might as well just let go and let God. Because you, sir, are cooked. Now, some of these 3 cons may be seen as pros, depending on who you are. And let's be honest, most of us will still hit. It's not even a question of would we, it's a question of when, where, and what time. A man can try to nitpick all he wants. The bunny woman is worth it. Now, what type of waifu do y'all think I should do next?
Looks like we're playing Storage Wars again, but this time's a little bit different. We found a Pontiac Granville sitting in the storage locker for over 20 years, but what makes this story special isn't just the car. This locker belongs to a couple that divorced 2 decades ago. Life took them in separate directions, but one thing never changed. She kept paying the bill on the storage unit every month for 20 years. And then he found out. Now, not only have they found their way back to each other, but they've asked us to bring this sleeping giant back to life. This story is more than a detail. This is about second chances.
The weather was nice as we pulled up, and the second we started to film, downpour. Oh, man. Whoa. Sweet at this thing. The Pontiac Granville. Oh, thank God. They put blankets over it so the interior didn't get as dusty. This thing's long. This is a boat. This is a proper boatmobile. This thing is huge. The paint's gorgeous, though. Should we pull this back? Yeah, let's take a peek. See what we got going on inside. Wow. You know what? Blue cars should have a white interior always. This is really, really nice for a Pontiac. I mean, I guess back then there were a lot of nice Pontiacs. This seems like it was a very high-end model, a high trend. What year is this car? 1973. 1973. We had everyone back there helping us. I was going to say 1972, but I guess it's the 1973. Yeah, I mean, it's got power everything. It's up top. This is really neat design. Very interesting. Yeah, all in wood. Yeah, I've never seen wood like. Wow. Design in the leather as well. It's a very, very nice car. And it's in great shape. Let's go grab the owners and get a little bit of the backstory. I've been told that it has a pretty cool story on it. Alright, so we squeezed it into the storage container to avoid the rain, but then to also meet the owners, Mark and Anita, and get a little bit more information about the Granville. First things first, this thing is incredibly large, incredibly cool, and it looks like it's in great shape. How long has it been in here?
It's been about 20 years. I'd say 1998, basically, so a little over maybe 25 years.
Yeah, I was born in 96, that's what Brent was 95, so it's been here nearly, man. I wasn't out of diapers when this thing got put in.
Seems a good vibe, yes.
Why did you get put into the storage unit?
Anita and I were married. We got divorced in 93. And what ended up happening was I did all the work on it, took care of it. And once I got divorced, I just left the car, took her, she had a garage for it. I didn't have a garage. So basically, Anita took over the car.
She saved it all these years, huh?
Saved it all these years.
Wow, 25 years. That's a long time to pay on a storage unit.
Yes.
So we bought another Granville.
Yeah, basically.
But this one obviously has the memories attached to it. You can't buy those.
As you know, though, we are in the heart of the Hockey Hills area too. So this car has seen a lot of the highways and byways in this area too, Logan and Hockey County.
Absolutely. Was the Pinaway running?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a good chance it will run again, and we actually have Adam from Power Performance meeting us at the shop right after we get back. So hopefully get it running before we even start the cleaning process, because
What's up, cutie? How you doing? Hey, about to fuel up. Library, what you about to go read? Nice. I am almost at my delivery, and then I am going to the top of Maine. Yep. Yeah, my day was nice and smooth. Nice, smooth, easy. Didn't get much sleep, but who needs that? Mom. No, I need to eat. I didn't eat nothing all day today. I had an apple and a cup of coffee. I need to grub. And there's a Burger King, Subway, and McDonald's right here. I wouldn't mind a taco right now. I'd sure take the edge off. Nice stuffed taco. You know you do. Come on, let's go get some fuel. All right, sugar. All filled up. Let's go.
why don't you email WD and see if they'll take your car. And I said, you know what, let's do it.
Here we are. I know we're gonna get this thing cleaned up, and it's gonna shine beautifully. This is a beautiful color blue. The interior's in great shape. I can't wait to see the end result.
Ever since Anita and I got back together, we've been wanting to pull it out, but then COVID hit. We started talking right before COVID hit. COVID hit, and then I suffered a couple injuries to the hips, so it was like it kept getting put off. But honestly, thankfully, you guys reached out to us finally, because otherwise this car would have been stuck in storage probably for another 20-25 years.
Wow.
Without your help.
Yeah.
You're just giving us a little boost.
We're happy to do it, and I heard that maybe you had even held on to this car in hopes that it could rekindle the flame.
Anita was holding on to this car. We didn't speak until basically right before COVID, and I think she once I found out she still had the car, she was luring me back into the fold, and I was like, and then once I found out she had the car, it's like, okay, I've got to get this thing out. I've got to.
Okay, now we're going to start airing these tires out and seeing if they're going to hold any air so I can get this car out of this unit. But I want to ask the question in the video, so leave your answers in the comments below. This story makes me think about some stories that I've had in the past with relationships. And I want to ask you guys, I feel like most people have done something crazy for a relationship that they normally would not do. So my question to you is, what is the craziest gesture you've made for somebody that in any other lifetime you probably would not have done, but you did just because it was them? Like in this case, keeping a car in a storage unit and paying for it for 20 years. I love this story. I want to read your stories. Leave a comment below.
Three. We grow. 1, 2.
This one easy trick will save you thousands when buying a used car. Did you know that some dealerships will clear the check engine?
1, 2. Are you wearing Tacobas? Yes, I am. Is that Tacobas belt? Yes, it is. I have the same boots on. I got the same belt on. Man, this is silly. Let's squash this beef. But you guys know it's not silly. This video sponsors Tacobas. One thing you guys might not know about me is I actually grew up on a small farm where we had pigs, chickens, the neighbor had horses. We had a garden, fruit trees. And so, although I don't live that lifestyle anymore, I respect that lifestyle and all the hard work that goes along with it. But one thing I never had was a pair of good cowboy boots. That's all changed today, thanks to Tacobas. Every pair of Tacobas boots you can expect premium quality and timeless Western style. These boots are made by hand in over 200 individual steps and are always made from premium cowhide and exotic leathers. And as someone who's never worn cowboy boots before, I was surprised with how comfortable these were from the moment I put them on. And they're known for their broken-in leather, so you never have to worry about breaking in stiff or uncomfortable boots. The only thing that's a bummer about Tacobas is that there's no Tacobas store near us. But if you guys get the opportunity to, make sure you go check it out because they offer complimentary drinks, free boot shines, and you get the perfect fit with their expert staff. But I gotta say, I've supported my normal shoe size, and these are a true 12 and they fit great. They also offer complimentary branding and leather stamping if you want to personalize your boots or fine leather goods. Honest to God, these boots are incredible. They're extremely nice and extremely comfortable. So if you guys want to try out Tacobas, scan the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description below. So thank you so much to Tacobas for sponsoring this video and giving me my new favorite pair of cowboy boots. But now, it's time to get back to that money. Alright guys, we're back with the grand bill, and Adam is already here to try and get it running. Adam's from Power Performance. He helps us get all these cars started again. We're hoping that this one will start and that they can take it for the first drive in almost 25 years. The first place to look is going to be under the hood. Look how deep this bumper is. Alright, let's take a look. Looks very clean under here. I don't know exactly what it is. It's a Pontiac motor. They made them in many different sizes. I'm not a professional when it comes to these as far as knowing every in and out. Alrighty. Let's start seeing our fluids. This will be transmission. Looks red to me. Did you taste it to tell if it's burnt?
Brent's the only certified taste tester. Here's our oil dipstick.
There was a pretty large leak underneath the car when we dragged it out.
Okay.
Looks full too.
Alright, that's a good sign. Those are kind of two of the biggest things we have. Always want to see this, just in case you go to run it too much. And it starts to make some heat. And I don't feel anything down in there, and I don't see anything down in there. So, looks like the radiator has strained out. And a lot of these old cars, this is definitely one of the most common things. Very low radiator coolant levels. But looking over everything, the important bolts are there. Looks like all the spark plug wires are connected. I don't see any giant nests or animal nests in there like some of the cars sometimes. A quick question. You guys know what this is for?
So it's something to do with the throttle.
Yeah.
Is it like a throttle? Is it like the step in between a mechanical throttle and electronic throttle?
What does your truck have when you're out on the highway?
Oh, it's got cruise control. Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a vacuum.
I think it's on the overdrive.
So like here's two speed sensors coming in and out. There's a vacuum diaphragm that'll control and regulate your speed. So
when you set it, it compresses and holds alignment?
Yeah, it'll take the input and output, and if it sees a difference between what it wants and what it has, it'll add or subtract vacuum to actually move the throttle blades and give you faster or slower speeds. Cool. So it's kind of cool something that old actually has cruise control. I don't know what the first year would have been. I think I've seen some mid to late 60 cars actually have it. So that's kind of cool. So one of the first things we want to do after looking everything over is we want to put some power to this, turn the key, and we want to see if it cranks, because that's going to tell us if it's actually going to start or what we're going to have to do before we go and look at that gas tank and see what's in there. So RJ, go ahead and try to crank it.
This thing only has 69,000 miles on it.
Okay. That's a good sign right there. So let me grab a little bit of starting fluid and see if it'll kick over real quick. All right, so get hit it with a little bit of starting fluid. Go ahead, RJ. Look at that. She is going to run. Let's go ahead and drain that gas tank. Get that fuel out of there. Get some fresh stuff in there. Let's get this car started.
Oh, it's freaking hot. Whoa.
Yeah.
No, it just gets stuck that way. Wow, look at that.
Oh, hold on. This set isn't coming up as it should. I don't hear this motor over here working.
All right, let's see if we can muscle it up then, since that cable's broken. Oh, there we go. Okay.
The back glass is gone.
Oh, it looks like it's been gone for a while because it's backing out.
Most of these have like a vinyl plastic, like a plexiglass or Lexan type window. It looks like this one actually has a genuine glass rear window. All right, let's go ahead and see if we got some fuel in here. Oh, that's a good sign.
We've tried using that thing 3 times.
I know,
all 3
the only thing I used it on was pulling 10 gallons out of that Mercedes. That was the only vehicle that we pulled gas on. You hear that? She's empty. Oh, you guys see this exhaust? It's got Bluetooth mufflers. Look at this. We got a exhaust tip, and we got the exhaust, and we have a high-tech Bluetooth muffler connecting the two. So it's variable sound, variable noise. We put some gas in the tank. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start it, get it moving with some starting fluid. That way the pump can bring some fuel up to the carburetor. And hopefully this thing's gonna fire up and run exactly as we want to. I know a lot of you are wondering, why aren't we going through and changing all the fluids and the oil and all the stuff in the car? Well, the biggest thing is we want to make sure this thing's going to run and move before we go ahead and spend a bunch of time and money replacing all the components that really a car like this needs. All right, go ahead and hit it.
A woman's back on Jacob's face was the sign of a good day. When he looked up, Jacob was shocked to see a girl.
Look at that. Sounds really good too. So there might be a blockage that's actually preventing the gas from coming up to the pump. We could get a little bit out of it, but there's not much. So there might be a screen in the bottom of the tank that's actually blocking the fuel flow enough
or there might be something in the lines down somewhere internally.
So with all that being said, that's an issue that we had Adam take care of off camera and get the car running for the end of the video. But now we're going to actually start detailing the car, beginning with the wheels.
All right, now with that off and out of our way, we can take a good look at this Pontiac wheel. And as you can see, it is pretty dirty, pretty grimy. So we are going to be using our Purple Rain wheel cleaner and our tire cleaner to get this thing looking just like this.
clean the engine with our citrus degreaser, but if you know what engine's in this car because we could not figure it out, leave a comment down below. While we spray cherry suds, I don't normally talk at this part, but I want to ask you guys, if we were to come out with more soap scents, what would you want? Obviously, we only have cherry right now, so expanding the line could be a lot of fun, especially if you guys help us choose what to put out. help us choose what to put out.
Alright guys, now it's time to remove the iron from the paint before we start polishing. And so we're going to be using our iron kryptonite. Our iron remover helps break down iron particulate that gets lodged in the paint as you drive. You pick it up from the brakes, from your brakes, from other brakes on the road, steel brakes, again, that particulate gets lodged in a clear coat and it rusts. And so we're going to remove it by using our iron remover, and you can tell when it's working, it starts to turn purple. And now we're going to agitate that's attached to a wash mitt. And this is actually a new product that we're thinking about bringing to the store. So we're in the testing process. We want to make sure that it's a quality product before we launch it on our website. But if it's something that you're interested in, drop a comment below and let us know if we should launch it. Now we have everything starting to bleed nice and purple, and we're just going to use a claimant to agitate it and remove all that iron and other particulate from the paint. That way, it's nice and smooth. We have a clean surface to polish.
Alright, moving on to the interior of this Granville. I gotta say, this feels a lot more like a Cadillac than like a Pontiac. These seats are big and luxurious, the surface is nice and thick, and also there's a lot of wood in here, and I didn't expect that because not only is there this nice wood grain on the dash, but if you check out the door, I've never seen a design quite like that on an interior of any car. Now I'm talking about, I've been in old Rolls Royce, old Bentleys, Maseratis, Cadillacs, you name it, I've been in a lot. And that actually feels very, very special. Another cool aspect is the blue exterior with the white interior. I think that's just a classic combo, and I like that they didn't do too much white. They didn't make the dashboard white, they didn't make the steering wheel white. A lot of companies in the 70s kind of went full bore, where they'd have an all green interior, all blue interior, or all red or burgundy interior. I was kind of worried when I heard that this had a white interior that would be something like that. I feel like this is much cleaner done and kind of makes this feel a little bit nicer than maybe it actually is. I didn't know how I felt about it when I first got into it, but now I gotta say, this thing is super nice and I'm really excited to get it cleaned up. So let's get these seats out of here.
Yeah, do you know how to get a hold of anybody?
Huh?
You know how to get a hold of anybody over here?
Go in the
Head around?
middle door.
Yeah.
Go out front, the middle door, go in there, and then somebody will appear in there.
Thank you. That one's ready to go? Yeah. Probably just need to release me from the dock. I got a red light still. Hey, that guy got kind of upset with me for dropping that up there.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got this all blocked off.
That's what I said. I was like, you got the bottom lock full.
He gets cranky sometimes.
Yeah,
I gotta walk around, but I'll be just a minute.
All right, I'll wait for the green light. my guy? How you doing? What's going on with you? How you feeling today? What you doing? Did you get your homework done? Why didn't you? You're supposed to put this stuff in your trapper keeper, man. That's why I got you to do it. Let me see something. Where are you at? No, are you home? Alright, here. So I'm sending the homework to Mom. Yeah. Alright, go ahead and tell Mommy that I sent it to you and her. So go get the homework done. Sounds like a plan. You did say super duper califragilisticexpialidocious. Alright, so what's going on? You gotta get that done with Mommy? Brenda Strong? Fast is fast. Hey, you okay over there? Feel safe? Alright, call me if you need something. I love you. Bye.
Bearskin Hoodie 4.0 claims to be the most advanced waterproof tactical hoodie ever made. The real question is, this is the new Bearskin Hoodie 4.0 and
vehicles to clean their vents properly, maybe you clean them with a brush or microfiber towel and you usually miss some dust or whatever, try using a Q-tip next time. Add that to your arsenal and thank me later.
Alright, now it's time to polish the Granville, and before I get to that, you guys can ignore the car on jack stands. We actually went and got brand new rubber put on these wheels for the owner. He ordered the tires, and then we had them put on, so I have to reinstall these here in a moment. But first, I wanted to go over the condition of the paint on the Granville, and it's actually really interesting. I'm not sure what happened to cause all of this weird failure from the bottom up. There is a bunch of little circles that are rusting from, again, what looks to be from the inside out. And to be honest, I've never seen that before in this particular pattern. I've seen a lot of jacked up cars, but this one is confusing me a bit. So if anyone knows how this kind of, again, I don't know if it's staining or failure from, you know, the metal, the primer, the base coat up, but this is a base clear car, so maybe it's been repainted at some point. I'm not sure. Very strange. My plan of action is to lift up this oxidation. This is actually the pressure washing part, so that's really strange too, because they should have evened out after we did the initial wash and clay bar treatment. So a lot of weird stuff going on with this Pontiac Granville, but the paint is in great shape. It's a rust-free car, and so the end result is going to look incredible. So my goal, like usual, is to just remove that top layer of oxidation, you know, remove some of those weird pressure washing lines that we see on the hood, and hopefully come out with a really nice end result. And I'm very confident that I'm going to be able to achieve that. Now to clean the rag top, I'm going to actually use our interior cleaner and a microfiber and a brush. So we didn't want to spray the roof with any water or any soap because it does have some tears and obviously this big hole in the back. So I figured I would clean it by hand. So what I'm going to do first is just generously spray down the whole entire rag top and just wipe away the excess dirt. It actually worked really well. And I'm going to go ahead and follow up with the brush and agitate it. Pretty impressed. So we tend not to use heavy cleaners on rag tops like this because at the end of the day it is cloth, and our interior cleaner does a pretty good job of removing dirt and grime from cloth with the risk of staining or damaging the cloth. So we're going to go ahead and do the rest of the ragtop and see how it turns out.
And now to finish up the detail, we're going to wrap it up by polishing all the chrome, shining the tires, cleaning the windows, adding a ceramic sealant, and this car is good to go. But make sure you guys keep watching to see their reaction because it was amazing.
Drove all the way down to Columbus to surprise Mark with his Pontiac, but he has no idea that Adam got it running, and also Adam came back to the shop, and he was able to flush out the gas tank, so it actually runs under its own power now. So I told them to stay over here. We're going to push the car all the way over here, but we're not. We're going to drive it over here. Let's go get their reaction.
All right, are you excited?
I haven't slept 2 days waiting for this mouse.
We're about to pull it out and push it over here and show you guys. So
this is so exciting.
Get your reaction.
Are you guys nervous?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nervous and excited.
Oh no. No.
And it's running.
Wow.
It's great, guys. Yeah.
Wow.
Look at the seats.
Right?
Yeah. It looks brand new inside.
The seats look brand new. What the heck did you guys do that?
Cleaned them, conditioned.
Wow, they were kind of cracky.
They were a little jacked up. I went ahead and made sure that I steamed them as well, just to remove all the gunk between all the cracks and whatnot.
Yeah. The brown stuff.
Yeah, work on a lot of classic cars. This one was one of the nicest ones we've ever had the privilege of working on. You guys aren't too far off, driving us around all summer.
That's what I'm thinking too. Once I heard that crack, I was like, oh no. I started freaking out on camera. I'm like, oh my god.
That is great.
Oh, you're beautiful.
Oh my.
Thank you guys.
It looks so much prettier. So much prettier.
Alright, so after it's running, what's the first plan? What's the first trip?
Basically, probably a Huffy Hills. More than likely. Yeah. We'd go to the state parks in Ohio.
We appreciate it. I thank you guys so much.
I never imagined this. Wildest dreams.
I was just thankful that you were persistent and that we were able to get this done for you because this was an awesome video. It's an awesome car. I never knew much about the Granvilles or really anything at all, and I got to learn about them.
Hey y'all, what's up? Come with me to take my baby girl shopping at the mall. So there's me just picking up things, looking at some things for myself, and then we went into Forever 21. I cannot believe this store is closing. Like, y'all, this is so hurtful to my little teen self back in the day. Like, what? So I went in there and spent about $70. You know, she told me up and that damn thing. But it was cool because those discounts were worthy. I mean, like, seriously, if you have not been up in there, y'all go up in there. Then I got to shopping a little bit more for myself, trying to find some, like, activewear. And that was it. Just a quick little mall date with my girlie. All right, bye. Probably in this game or something.
This
This guy was taking a girl for a ride, but she had no idea he was a professional driver.
You asking me to go 160?
It was at this moment that she knew. She fucked up.
Squeeze back this bitch! Squeeze back!
I were to go to sleep, let this day pass without paying homage to one of the most important music executives that the game has seen, Phil Robinson. He was an executive for Bad Boy. He really made his mark during the late 90s and the early 2000s, helping a number of artists shape their careers, including Notorious B.I.G. He helped Faith Evans, 112, Mary J., and many, many, many more. Phil was one of those dudes that was behind the scenes. He was beloved by the artists. You know, a lot of times artists have issues, and there's a
Shedeur Sanders and the whole NFL draft has become nothing more than a horror story. It's like the worst thing that could have ever happened. And to be honest, it's all his fault. Now stop the show. I know you brothers out there is mad at y'all don't like that because, yeah, brother, the white man was holding him back, brother. They don't want to see a strong, big black man win, brother. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to see a black man win and be confident in the league, brother. And statements like this didn't make any better.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over. And I've done it over and over and over. So there should be no question why NFL franchise should pick.
To make matters worse, information had been coming out for a long time about how terrible Shedeur Sanders was interviewing and preparing for the draft. Let's look at March 3rd, around the time where he was considered a top 3 pick. NFL coaches have spoken. Cam Ward is creating more buzz than Shedeur Sanders at the combine. When scouts drill down past the name recognition, Ward's tape and interviews, you can see that's highlighted there, are clearly winning over decision makers. Draft boards taking shape in real time. Of course, all NFL coaches I spoke to had an opinion on Ward or Sanders were more interested in Ward. Now, look at this. Organization. Shedeur Sanders' NFL is a job interview during draft week. He did not meet all the requirements. 1, his interviews were poorly. 2, he didn't throw at the pro day. 3, he didn't throw at the NFL combine or pro day. Why would an organization draft him in the first round? Other opinion says this. Shedeur Sanders didn't accept blame for particularly rough interception in at least one combine interview. Didn't catch panic mistakes and mock install during visit with the team. So now he's blaming others from his mistakes, which makes a lot of sense. Then we see this. Per Todd McShay, Shedeur Sanders completely bombed the interview with the Giants. He didn't have a great interview with head coach Brian DeBall. Remember, the Giants had the 3rd pick of the NFL draft. The preparation wasn't there for an install package. DeBall called him out and Sanders didn't like that. Explains why they passed. But wait, there's more. One longtime NFL assistant coach said his time with Sanders was the worst formal interview I've been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames teammates. But the biggest thing is he's not that good.
Got it!
He wants to dictate what he's going to do and what's best for him. He makes you feel small. Even some of Sanders' fans expressed disappointment he didn't take a bigger step forward as a senior. I liked him the year before, NFC team says. They did change coordinators, it just felt different. It felt less athletic, less arm talent, everything felt less. If you're talking about this year's team versus Jackson Dart and Shedeur, I don't think it's particularly close.
He's right.
As you can see here, Shedeur Sanders did this all to himself, as I said before. Don't give me the white man that's holding me back because Cam Ward is black and was picked number 1. So you guys can find another damn excuse. It's just simple for Shedeur. Fast forward!
Like every American achievement, GMC trucks are the result of dedication. Over 100 years.
Another damn excuse. It's simple for Shedeur. Fast forward! Instead of preparing for the NFL Combine or doing the interviews right, it seems that Shedeur Sanders had a lot of time to be trying to clap cheeks with single moms in the industry. And that is Shinsia. She is a Jamaican singer, I believe, or actress, I have no idea, but she's 28 years old and she is a single mom.
So you have a son? Yes. Of course, and how is it balancing being a mother as well as an artist? Good question. Yeah, because that is a big thing.
Before it was really easy. Now it's getting harder because he's growing up.
Oh yeah, this is a good thing for him.
Stop the cap.
And as you can see, they were having a good time hanging out. when he was getting picked in the 5th round of the NFL draft, despite the fact he should have went in the 1st round with a better attitude. And it got so bad with this whole situation that Ebony, who is the baby mama of London on the Track, started pointing this out now. London on the Track used to also deal with Shamsia, and it didn't work out, and so his baby mama Ebony was upset all about it. But Ebony started pointing this out about the age difference between Shamsia and Shadora Sanders. He says this, I'm gonna call DFCS on Shamsia in the morning, save the children, hashtag shaving Shadora. He also says, call Bill Cosby or somebody, and Shamsia is a predator, taught little Chester to be one, and no, I'm not letting it go. But people in the comments that saw Shamsia and Shadora kind of weighed in on this. This person goes, Shamsia is just 28. I thought she was older. Another individual goes, he is 23, she is 28. The reality is, these young boys are chasing older women, and as long as there's a respectable gap, it's no one's business, especially not Ebony. Now, this other person goes, 2023, I wish her beauty, give her some attention. She's seeking. I know London hates to see her coming, probably so. The individual goes, the thing is, Shamsia came with money and have her own money, unlike Ebony. Mind you, they both in their 20s, it's only a 5-year age difference. Now, this is something else. Calling her a predator as well, that's not much of a difference. Hell, men date in women all the time. The person goes, what do you care? She's not even with your baby daddy anymore. Go sit down, dum-dum. Another person goes, where was this energy when Drea had a baby by the same boy she used to babysit, who was also the same age as your son, or when August was 22 and Jada was 40-some, a 5-year difference ish. Individual says, maybe daddy still don't want you, you're still worried about that lady. Move around. Individual goes, how are you this bothered about somebody else's life? Did she take her man or something?
Just spent 10,000 on my lunch. Just spent 10,000 on my dinner. How much would you spend on brunch? Okay, see, you're a bum. You're a brokey. You got no money. I'm laughing at you because your life is funny. You work every day.
Yes.
That must be crummy. My life's a vacation. I'm only with honeys. I'm only with bands. I'm only vibing with people you wish you could have in your life. When you feel it, you prosper. You'll never be like me. Your life's not exciting. You driving a Honda.
Reliable car.
The second it's argument makes you a loser, though. That's not my problem. Respect to the vehicle. Driver is corny and driver is you, and you're not good for nothing.
Yeah, that was hurtful. That was hurtful, but ultimately it's how I feel about all my ops, so I'm gonna respect it.
Just spent 10,000 on my lunch. Just spent.
just a few moments.
Не можем поверить. Мы пошли погулять. Мы сейчас видим.
Not sure what year this car is. Look at the front, the new logo. Look at the back logo. Look at that.
Oh my god. Why does it sound like I recorded it? It sounds like somebody's in your belly throat. No, I'm dead. I'm dead.
No sé si se puede ver arriba del aeropuerto de La Paz. Acabo de salir y veo esas luces.
Hi, I'm Jacob. For anyone watching the Impossible channel, welcome aboard. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel with notifications on for more videos like this. Today we're going to be taking a look at some of the most mysterious and unexplained videos that will definitely make you say, no way. From a mysterious sighting in Choka that started with several luminous objects in the sky and ended up with a humanoid creature emerging from the water, ancient ruins and structures that were recently found in Myanmar that could rewrite history as we know it. We're also going to be taking a look at some creepy encounters and unexplained glitches caught on camera. So you best sit down because this is going to be a wild ride. Are you guys ready? Well, let's go. Around the month of November and December last year, there were massive sightings of strange objects hovering all over the place.
They're not moving. They're staying stationary.
Whatever these things were, it was the first time ever. Massive sightings were reported all over the world at the same time. Fast forward a couple of months and the sightings stopped, or at least this is what people thought.
No, güey, ni de pedo. Está gigantesca esa madre, güey.
This is until a couple of weeks ago, the things started ramping up once again.
No sé si se puede ver arriba del aeropuerto de La Paz. Acabo de salir y veo esas luces.
And 6 days ago, a Reddit user known as Slow Stroke was minding his own business somewhere in Kentucky, and all of a sudden he noticed a Black Hawk flying by. As he himself states, we saw the Black Hawk and I started recording it. Then, lo and behold, here comes a Tic Tac barreling across the sky right below it. This is what he captured on camera. Did you see that? At first it appears as if there's not much going on in this video, but if we slow-mo and rewind it a couple of times, you see very clearly what appears to be a UFO flying below the Black Hawk. At first, most users on Reddit thought it could be cargo suspended by a rope from the Black Hawk, but after watching it closely, it clearly isn't. One user states, no helicopter is suspending their cargo off any time, 500 feet below them. Not only that, if we watch it again, you'll clearly see the object coming from behind the Black Hawk and then swooshing by very fast. This is no cargo, this is something else entirely. And after zooming in, you can see the object leaving a heat signature behind. Whatever this thing is, it's possibly one of the best sightings ever, and evidence of the existence of unidentified craft with no known propulsion system. The big question here would be, what was it doing flying very close to a Black Hawk helicopter? But when it comes to recent sightings of strange things in the sky, it doesn't stop there. On March 17th, Wanda Di Lorenzo was traveling with a friend of hers somewhere in Mendoza, Argentina. It was a very cold night with clear skies. This is when all of a sudden they see something that doesn't make any sense at all. They immediately get their cameras and begin to record, and this is what they saw.
Dale, por Dios, te pido Dios que nos ayudes. Dios, nos ayudes. pido por favor llegar a casa. Te pido por favor. Dios, te pido, reza, Malena. Dios, te pido llegar. ¡Decía pedirle a Dios! Dios, por favor.
While driving their car in the middle of nowhere, Termas del Salcedo in Argentina, they spot what appears to be 3 moons in the sky. If we slow-mo and rewind the video, we can clearly see whatever this thing is, it's not a reflection on their windshield. At the time, this left them completely creeped out and very much baffled. But it wasn't just them. After posting the video to social media, it amassed 8 million views, and most people don't know how to explain this. After researching the topic, the only explanation that I could find was that maybe this is some sort of Fata Morgana. Now, a Fata Morgana is a complex type of mirage and is usually caused by atmospheric temperature inversions, where layers of warm and cool air can actually bend light, making distant objects appear distorted, floating, or stacked.
Most people think vision decline is just something you have to accept, but it starts small.
Making distant objects appear distorted, floating, or stacked. Now this could be the case be that on March 17th, we can see that temperatures around this place were pretty hot, but specifically in Termas del Salcedo, it was very cold, so this could suggest a temperature inversion at some point during that day. But still, this is just one theory, and a Fata Morgana would not explain other videos of similar phenomena.
Había 2 lunas. No podemos apreciar en este video. Se tratará de una falla en la matriz, una ilusión, o tal vez la segunda.
So it could just be that Guara di Lorenzo captured something else on camera, something that to this day, no one knows how to explain. But when it comes to unexplained phenomena in the sky, it doesn't stop there.
So I'm here at a track meet in Nacogdoches, Texas at CBNF Boston University, waiting on my son to run, and I like taking pictures and videos of the moon. Are y'all seeing this? Do y'all see what I see? What in tarnation is going on here? I thought the moon was splitting in half. Do y'all see this?
Just a couple of weeks ago, an internet user known as SukiTech73 captured something chilling while looking at the moon. She was somewhere at Boston University and it was a beautiful day, when all of a sudden she spots what looks like a black streak crossing the moon. And at first, I thought it could be an airplane or something like that. But if you pay close attention, it's as if whatever this thing is, it's flying on the moon's atmosphere, not on Earth's. There's absolutely no sign of this object in the sky besides on the moon's surface. Strange, isn't it? But things get even stranger in Vietnam when a man was recording a thunderstorm and caught something that he never expected to. Around May 2021, an internet user known as Mingduang434 caught what appeared to be an octagonal-shaped object hiding amidst the clouds during a thunderstorm in Vietnam. Did you see that? What appears to be a massive octagonal-shaped object can be clearly seen in the sky. Whatever this thing is, it caught the attention of the entire internet and media outlets. To this day, there's very little explanation to what this object could be, and taking a closer look at his profile, it doesn't seem like he's a CGI artist or anything like that. So whatever it was that he caught on camera that night, it could just be an unknown object hiding within the clouds. I want to know your thoughts. What do you think is going on here? And have you ever seen anything like this before? Every month or so, new discoveries are made in relation to ancient structures, artifacts, and sometimes unexplained ruins that don't fit into the timeline that we've been taught. These findings raise serious questions about our past. Maybe history as we know it isn't the full story. Something happened a long time ago that we still don't understand. Something that could change everything we think we know about the past and ancient civilizations. And I guess this is exactly the case with the earthquake that just happened recently in Myanmar. earthquake hit Myanmar, and it was strong enough to cause a tectonic displacement so big that you can actually see it from Google Earth. A few days after that happened, several videos started popping up all over social media of this bizarre substance that started emerging from the ground. But it wasn't just this strange substance. Ancient ruins and unexplained phenomena were also caught on camera. It all starts with this internet account known as Zarmo20000. On March 28th, he uploads 3 very strange videos that caught the attention of the entire world. Check this out. What appears to be a bluish-gray substance can be seen emerging from the ground. Whatever this thing is, it was a result of the strong earthquake that happened back in Myanmar on March 28th. At the time, this left locals completely baffled. What is this mysterious substance that they had never seen before?
Introducing our cutting-edge Smart Zoom reading glasses, co-developed by NASA engineers. No eye exam needed. These
seen before. While searching for an answer, I found out that this might actually be blue clay as a result of soil liquefaction. And to certain researchers, there are theories that this blue clay might actually be linked to the ancient empire of Tartaria. The Tartarian Empire theory suggests that there was a highly advanced global civilization called that existed before our recorded history. Believers claim it was deliberately erased with its massive architecture and technology buried or hidden from public knowledge.
That is the Crystal Palace of New York City, and that is the Crystal Palace of London. This building was constructed of entirely glass and iron. It was over 100,000 square feet. It was absolutely massive. It does not exist in New York City anymore, and it does not exist in London anymore. They destroyed the Crystal Palace and everything that was in it. If you want to see the flags, if you guys want to come and see that. Everything that was contained in there was stuff that would blow people's minds.
Some believe this lost empire got somehow erased by a mud flood about 10 to 20,000 years ago. Now, to support this crazy theory, some people suggest that the modern towns that we live in today were built above certain ancient structures.
Here we have a video from the Mine Explorer in France, where it goes down into a mine with a lot of architecture that would seem to be on the surface, probably at the time of when this little city was around. There's even a car from the early 1900s, and just endless tunnels with stone.
If you look at the front, you'll notice that the windows, those were windows at one point. You see down there on the bottom, the arch, that's Bigelow Street. We're on the corner of Bigelow and Jelfin. And then you notice there, those were windows. That was the first floor at one time.
Now, what does blue clay emerging from soil liquefaction have to do with the Tartarian Empire theory? Blue clay is a dense, water-rich sediment often buried deep underground, formed from ancient marine deposits. During earthquakes, a process called liquefaction causes saturated soil to lose strength and behave like a liquid, forcing layers like blue clay to the surface, which some believe may be covering ancient And if this weren't strange enough, a few days later after the earthquake in Myanmar, locals began noticing the remains of mysterious ancient structures had surfaced from the ground in several different places. The mysterious structures suggest there's something that goes far beneath the surface in Myanmar. But it's not just in Myanmar that structures like this appear to be hidden beneath a thick layer of mud. For the past couple of years, researchers have found many structures that suggest there was something that happened back in the past and ended up covering part of our history.
We're going to visit a plot of land that is currently being dug out to look for artifacts dating back thousands of years ago. I'm in the Brickell neighborhood of City of Miami. Our private ever found this building up high. Noticing that the new construction in this city was revealing something much older.
Now, being that these structures can be found all over the world, it would suggest that an entire civilization, possibly known as Tartaria, got wiped out by a mud flood a few thousand years ago, and for some reason, it got completely erased from history.
So I got this little book and I was excited to show you. I can't really see too much. This is description of the world.
And even though there is some evidence of such a thing happening, there is no definite proof, and it's considered to this day as just a theory. I want to know your thoughts. What do you think happened in the past? Located in Peru, the coastal town of Chilca is one of those places where people report seeing strange things all the time. Things like strange lights coming out of the ocean, usually at night, and fairy tale-like creatures such as mermaids, werewolves, and that sort of thing. Even though these things don't officially exist, the number of people who actually report seeing these strange things is difficult to detect. And it was at a place known as the Enchanted Lake that a man by the name of NDV captured something truly chilling on camera just a few weeks ago.
Is your brain cheating on you right now? Tap into Einstein's brain power by doing a simple brainwave ritual that will attract wealth and
Now, Andy usually posts long-time videos on his page, but something changed in his recent uploads. And he talks about chasing something that he saw after spotting several lights in the sky during one dark night.
Ayer me fui a Chilca y esto pasó. Quisiera saber qué cosa fue o qué cosa es. Ayúdenme por favor ustedes a descubrir esto.
It all started with NDV seeing these strange lights emerging from the ocean at a beach in Chilca.
Segundo día me vine acá a ver en la playa qué pasaba porque las luces, las cosas, medio raras cuando estuve en la laguna y bueno.
That same night, he followed those lights towards the Laguna Encantada lake, and after that, he started getting these strange calls.
Bueno, mis hermanos, tercer día, ya me estoy yendo a mi casa y he estado tratando de ver si veía algo en la laguna y porque después de eso también comenzó a llamar no sé, y como se llama, me vine a la playa porque después de la laguna y la vez pasada.
He became completely obsessed with what he saw, and night after night he returned to this Laguna Encantada in hopes of catching these lights on camera. But this time he caught something else, something that he wasn't expecting. Did you see that? What appears to be a humanoid creature can be seen quietly emerging from the lake, and at this point, Eddie does what anyone would do. He runs for his life. The video is quite short, which led some people to speculate that this might be fake or an elaborate hoax. However, if we replay the video in slow motion, we can see that the creature's hands, features, and stature, it's all too real, which makes all of this very strange. Also the fact that back in November, December, and January this year, were several reports of drones and luminous objects emerging from the ocean, and that they were possibly of alien origin.
We're advised after we made contact with that officer that there were 50 that came off the ocean. 50? 50.
It wouldn't be of a surprise that Andy caught something like this on camera. The next few weeks, Andy does not upload any more videos and he disappears from the internet, leading a lot of people to think something had happened to him. At the time, the video caught so much attention that there were dozens of people traveling to Chilca just to try to find out what had happened to Andy, and if this creature was possibly real. And a few days later, Andy uploads an update on the situation. Andy explains how he's been in contact with lawyers and people who advise him not to upload any more videos of whatever it was that he caught on camera. He also explains how he's been investigating the beach and the lagoon at which he saw these things. By the end of the video, it's very clear that whatever it was that Andy saw, he is completely obsessed with it. And a few days later, he uploads a snippet of another video of what appears to be a mermaid-type creature that they caught at the beach in Chilca. Now, I'm not exactly sure if this is the real deal or not. To me, it sounds as if Andy is trying to tell a story and it could be an elaborate hoax. However, no one has been able to fully explain Andy's first video of the humanoid creature. The creature's hands, arms, and its stature, it just seems way off, as if there's something unnatural about it. Some people on the internet suggest that his first video might actually be real, and that he somehow was forced to upload fake videos afterwards to discredit his entire story. But I'm not too sure. What's your take? Do you think that it's possible that Andy captured some sort of humanoid creature on camera after seeing strange lights in the sky in Chilca? Or is this just a very elaborate hoax?
He sees some, and then it was misdirected.
3 signs your car your compensation. If you've been in a car accident recently, there are 3 critical signs that could indicate your case is worth significant compensation.
Have you ever woken up with that strange feeling as if you know something's not right? You don't know exactly what it is, but you just feeling as if